As always, before we get started, I want to thank everyone who followed since the last stream. Noel Numero DOI, Chasing the Viking Dream, MSM Polo, Joy Personified, and Tip Tap Skeleton, appropriate for Halloween. So, thank you guys so much for the follows, and I see we got one more subscriber, but I don't know who it is, so if you're in chat, publicize that so I can thank you properly. We're at 11 right now, which is awesome, and I appreciate all the support so much. Hello everyone, and welcome to Jotun! I love this game. This game was released a few years ago, but is explicitly set in the worlds of Norse mythology, so we can talk about that. Just here on the title screen, you can already see a little bit of references. Well, we've got this giant axe, which is very, very stereotyped, though not at all accurate. But behind the title here, you can actually see what's known as a Valknut, or a knot of the slain. What this is a little bit uncertain, though it appears in runic, on runestones from the Viking Age, so it is a genuinely old symbol that is often interpreted to be a symbol of Odin, since it appears on beings that look a lot like him or that are riding a horse with a few too many legs. So its specific details are lost, but it is very much a symbol associated justifiably with Norse mythology. We're going to start a new game, though I've got one about half completed, but that's okay. Oh look, there it is in more detail. How's everyone doing today?
Ég man eftir hljóðinu, þegar viðurinn splundraðist, ýlfrinu í vindinum og öldu skellunum í andliti mínu.
This is actually in Icelandic.
Frös og kulda, sem var ólíkur öllu sem ég hafði áður upplifað, og skipið okkar sökk. Í vægðarlausu djúpi sjávarins tók hálf gegnsætt net ránar við mér. Ég var dregin dýpra og dýpra í átt að gyðju sjávarins. Dauðinn var kominn til að sækja mig.
Jó.
Baráttu vilji sálar minnar myndi ekki nægja til að slökkva þorsta ránar í bráð sína. Myrkri kom, en þegar ég vaknaði var ég ekki í höll þangs og beina, heldur í kyrrð og þögn.
Yep, and that translation at the bottom was a really good translation. And, you know, my Icelandic pronunciation is terrible, so it is nice to hear and see a game that is basing its introduction in Norse myth in, you know, actual Icelandic. There are kind of two schools of thought related... Bonk. Two schools of thought with treating Old Norse in an... Oh. There you are. There's our roll. There are two schools of thought related to using, or how to read Old Norse, so how to read our mythological material. There is one that says you should try and reconstruct the phonetics of Old Norse as it was in the Middle Ages. And then there's one that says you should just use modern Icelandic, because it's better. I am solidly in the second camp. One reason... Oh.
Tenging hinna nýju heima, gullfallegur.
Aww. One argument in favor of using reconstructed is that then you can actually interpret it as it was pronounced, which is useful for poetry, where the alliteration scheme actually and meter genuinely care about the pronunciation, but for pretty much every other purpose, reconstructed pronunciation, contrary to whatever Jackson Crawford says, has some issues. The dominant issue is that, should not be a surprise, language changes over time. And so reconstructed pronunciation for the 10th century, from when Willisbau was created, reconstructed pronunciation Voluspa, is not the same as the reconstructed pronunciation for the 13th century and our quote-unquote classical Old Icelandic.
Í hverju borði þarf að finna eina rún. Þegar hún hefur verið fundin, ræður þú hvort þú heldur áfram að kanna svæðið eða snýrð aftur í ginnungagap.
Okay. Thank you, random voice from nowhere. So, ultimately... Oh look, a map. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Let me pass. Ultimately, there's some amount of personal preference, but it should not be a surprise that, yeah, using classical Old Icelandic, so early 13th century pronunciation, ends up having some limitations to study our very earliest material, our skaldic poetry and some of our Eddic poetry. And it doesn't accurately represent what's going on, and just means that scholars are trying to use several different pronunciations when talking about the same thing. Using modern Icelandic is just generally more useful for consistency's sake, and honestly, I think it's prettier than than even classical Old Icelandic is. So I'm solidly in that camp, and this game agrees with me. It's using modern Icelandic as its point, which I am a fan of. So if I am near that, then that does something? Do these actually do something? Bonk. Okay. What do these do? What do these actually do? Hello? What are these flowers? I don't want to get domed. Okay, so they seem to just be protecting the area. Okay. And yes, I saw... Where was it? Oh, Kosek. Well, you asked who Raun is? Yes. Math kind of summed it up. Raun is one of these sea goddesses. Hello, who are you? Whomst? Okay. Not gonna question it. Huh. Okay, we'll talk... Hang on a minute, I'll talk about this. But yes, Raun is... in some documentation claimed to be the wife of Aegir, not in all of it though. Regardless, she is clearly associated with the ocean, and in like Völsunga Saga, Loki, in order to catch the dwarf Andvari, to get his gold to repay Loki's slaughter of Uther, borrows Raun's net to catch Andvari at his waterfall. So, she is associated with a net that is incredibly fine and catches everything, but she is also not a well-loved being. There is some evidence that in the Viking Age and later, that people would pray to Thor when they come across a storm at sea, presumably in an attempt to avoid ending up being taken by Raun. She is not well loved, and there's very little evidence for worship of her in the Viking Age. Anyway, let's talk about our, you know, Veleth, I have some suspicion, that this is, a later interpolation that Raun has a net and Loki also has a net, and so the author of Volsunga Saga ends up conflating the two, because in I think it's in some Danish variants, math correct me if I'm wrong, there is an archaic idiom for a spider web that calls it Loki's net. I know it's somewhere in Scandinavia, I can't remember if it's Denmark or Sweden, where, yeah, you can still call a spider web Loki's net. So, presumably that would be some evidence of him creating his own nets, and being some way associated with that. And the borrowing from Raun is a later interpolation. But in general, Loki does just kind of borrow other people's stuff, more often than not with permission. So he borrows Freya's feather cloak several times. He borrows, yeah, mostly that one. He steals the Brisinga men, and then he borrows Raun's net. So, you know, more often than not with permission. Anyway, here we have, maybe, there it is, Mimisbruni.
Hinn helgi Mímisbrunnur, þar sem ég fórnaði auga mínu, mun endurnýja bæði líf þitt og krafta.
Cool. Ooh, they use the word krafta for powers. Interesting. Anyway, an interesting thing on this. Mimisbruni is obviously a really important place in Norse mythology. And it is one of several sacred wells mentioned in the Prose Edda, but really the only one given any detail. It is at the roots of Yggdrasil, which, you know, is actually up here. We saw it a little bit earlier in the level, so good placement. But Mimir supposedly drinks using Jalarhorn, the horn that is also a horn that you can make noise with, even though a drinking horn and a sounding horn are fundamentally opposed. But that's okay. So, the, yeah, definitely. Craft being math. I was happy they were doing that, because clearly whoever translated the script into Icelandic really knew their Icelandic. Because definitely craft is a word really associated with magic, as opposed to might, which is associated with physical strength. So, don't get me wrong, that was good. Anyway, according to Völuspá... Oh, that's not good. Rude. Rude. Yoink. Whoop. Move. Thank you. Moving. We're just gonna run up this way and see where we end up. Oh, hello. You are another thing. What this thing is, I'm not entirely sure, though it does kind of look like us. You know, before I get too distracted, let me finish talking about Mimisbruni. We can talk about this one on the next round, because there will be a few more. So many things to step. Okay, let me pass. Can I actually not get by there? Dang. I thought I could get through here. Luckily, they seem to be very bad at aim, so we're okay. And whack that, so roll. Good. Progress. Anyway. Stay. According to Völuspá, Mimir drinks of the well every day, and he drinks actually mead from the well. It specifically calls it mjöð instead of that. Oh, that's not good. So, this is, however, one of two traditions related to, Mimir. The other one is found, in Heimskringla, in Ynglinga Saga, which is, like the Prose Edda, is created by Snorri Sturluson, but seems to indicate a completely different understanding of Mimir. So, this other understanding of him... Okay, Freya, you're being too loud. Please stop. Please stop. Okay, are you done? Thank you. Or is this Frigg? I actually don't know if this was... Frigg, okay. Okay, we'll cycle back to that too, because that's not quite how the gods work in Norse myth, but that's okay. Anyway, this other tradition about Mimir says that in the Aesir Vanir War, which is a thing which exists, but that we know very little about. In the truce for it, they there were exchanges of hostages. Why did they not use an Ed for that? What? Interesting. I don't know why they didn't, spelled it I-T-H-U-N-N instead of accented I-Ev-U-N-N, which is the actual Icelandic spelling, because it's not like that's a particularly confusing thing? Weird. I'm gonna chalk that one up to weird localization and call it a day. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, this other conception of Mimir says that there was an exchange of hostages. So Heinir and Mimir were sent by the Aesir to the Vanir as hostages, while Njörður, Freyja, and Freyr and Kvasir were sent by the Vanir to the Aesir. Heinir looks the part of a chieftain, but Mimir is the one who's really smart. So, whenever the Vanir make Heinir their chieftain, even though this is not a particularly good idea, and instead, whenever he's called on to make a decision, he says, let others decide, and eventually they realize that they've been duped, and I'm poisoned. Ow. And so behead Mimir, because he was the one with the good advice, and took it to and sent it back to Odin as a kind of fuck you. Odin then preserves the head in garlic and onion and other preservative herbs, and uses that to consult for advice and keeps it near him. Obviously very different than being kept at Bimisbruni at the roots of Yggdrasil, which is where the tradition of Odin sacrificing his eye comes from. Interestingly, in this game, Mimisbruni, Mimir's head in the well has only one eye, I think referencing this tradition, even though Mimir has, well, 3 eyes after Odin sacrifices an eye to him. Anyway, this person here, and these symbols, we will... Okay. Interesting. Okay. So... I know, Val. Completely unpredictable that Odin would cheat at something. No one could have ever guessed. Anywho, yes. Apparently these are supposed to be the Disir. Disir are a fairly poorly understood, to be honest, thing. Ow. 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 We shall heal ourselves using Frigg's power. Instead of all of this. Ow. Where go? What do? I guess we shall go this way and hide. And pray that this eventually leads us out. Damn it, I am poisoned again. This should stop the poison. And I think I wound up right back where I was. Dang nabbit. And I can't warp, so... let us pause and figure out where the heck we are supposed to go. Where are we? We are up there in the spooky dead swamp. Okay. Yes, a barrow... A barrow is a very archaic word for a tomb. Specifically, what these are probably referring to is some kind... well, barrows, truly as such, are a more English thing than a Norse one. This is referring probably to burial mounds, which are a practice from the Bronze Age well into the Viking Age for very high status burials. Dang it, I didn't want to do that, I wanted to roll. Heals up, heal, heal, keep running. Run faster, please. Made it. Made it. So yes, that being said, they obviously don't... they don't look like this. Well, they kind of do. You can a little bit see it here, where there's an implied uphill in the shading. One of these huge mounds, though not typically with a thing dropped on it. Oh, crap. With a thing on top of it, would be used in the Bronze Age. Anyway, the DCR appear to have vanished, so we'll have to find another one somewhere. Crap, not the button I wanted. Anyway, an interesting thing about these, oh, he got bigger. That's not good. Interesting thing about this guy, he's using a halberd, which is presumably a translation of, or intended to be a translation of Atger. Oof, ow. I should not try and, which is a specific type of spear most likely, rather than something that looks like this. But a lot of meh translations of the sagas, or older translations of the sagas, will translate Atger as halberd specifically. So it is not a... he's so tall. How do I get out of his range? Oh, I can stand right underneath him. Okay, classic Dark Souls maneuvering. He's too big. He's too big, I'm fine now. Except I need him to be not... easy. Easy as can be. So that was a Draugr. We just chopped at his ankles until he died. No big deal. I wonder if Mimas Bruni will heal me again. I don't think it will, but we can hope. Please. Nope. Unlucky. Unlucky. Yes. He is, he has a delightful little walk. The animation of this game is so good. Where was I? Oh yeah, the DCR. The DCR also have something that looks a lot like a halberd. And so, again, that refers to an Atger, which is a specific type of spear, probably with a broad head. I don't think it has anything like that kind of axe head that you would expect, but, you know, a lot, like, the most easily accessible translation of Njal Saga translates Gunnar of Hridarendi's Atger as halberd, so I'm also not surprised or offended by this. Interesting. Inside this barrow we have, well, kind of what you'd expect. Some kind of giant thing, which is not a good look. Giant cow's skull. Not great, but could be a reference to Oethumbla. But the one that you really do expect in some kind of high status burial mound is this ship, because it is really not surprising that you would have. Woohoo, we got our rune.
Þú hefur fundið rún jarðar, skógarjötun sinn sem myndar heild með náttúrunni. Haltu áfram að kanna svæðið eða snúðu aftur í ginnungagap.
Wait, what? They called it the rune of Yerth, but it's Yarda. Shouldn't that be Yerth? I'm not 100% an expert, but or 100% confident on that, but it seems to me that should be Yerth, because E tends to break. Exactly. It looked like it was just for some reason they, despite usually being very good at Icelandic, instead of just making it the correct spelling, they didn't. Cause the Proto-Germanic would be Erðu, which is where we get English earth. In Old Norse, a couple of changes happen. Firstly, an E, followed by a U, will break, is what it's called. So it becomes J O Umat. Yeah.
Finna rúnirnar sem eru faldar víðsvegar ríkin.
Sigraðu
jötnana og sannaðu þig fyrir goðunum.
And we get our information. Our main goal. Anyway. So yeah, I think that's a case of, for some reason, they just didn't do it right, because it should very much be Yerth, instead of Yerth. And yeah. Yes, you can. Earl and Yak do the same thing, as do a bunch of other words. It's also why, you have German Erd as its main thing. Cool. So, but regardless, we got our one rune. So, we can fight someone. As we stand out here in space. We're in space. Space known as the Ginnunga Gap, which we don't know what the word Ginnunga means. We really don't. Yeah, that's another one. Nerthus, mentioned in Tacitus, but probably becomes Njörður, in the father of Freya and Ferrer, under the same linguistic shift. Yep. So those are super cool. Anyway, for some reason, we are in Jotunheim, which should not be Jotunheim. Yerth, not Yera. Well, it could be Yara. That could be okay. Anyway, we are at low health and low power, so let us go talk to Mimir again. And, heal ourselves up, get our healing back, and then not immediately spoil our healing, because you can just lose your healing. Anyway, Ginnungagap, its mention is in Völuspá, and then Snorri doesn't seem to know what it means either, because he just translates it in the Prose Edda as Ginnungagap. But the line in the Prose Edda is actually Gap var Ginnunga, so the gap was something. We don't know what that something is. It's a good time. Anyway, who's ready for a boss fight? Because this game has a bunch of very short levels, and then boss fights. The Jötnar here don't seem to be all that, interested in us. Pretty peaceful, to be honest. Yes. It is super weird. It is super weird, but lots of things associated with Thor also get associations of fertility, hence the interpretation of Sif's hair, Sif's golden hair as being representative of grain stalks, and then, and Thor himself being somehow related to the harvest. So, it's not an unreasonable assumption, though I should pull up here, so give me a moment before we start this fight. I'm going to pull up my copy of Skaldskaparmál, and see if Earth gets mentioned. See if there is a little more information. Thank you. Germanic mythology, please. Where is it? Trying to find these things. Sorry, I should have found this out ahead of time. But I am Prozada. Snarare stötlasoner, please. There it is. Skullscaffer. Perfect. And we can hopefully search in here for... doing this on mobile might be a little bit trickier to try and search in it. So hopefully it will let me search more easily. Oh no. I may have to... Let me actually just tab out of here. I'll see if it closes. It does not close, but the music dies. Okay. I'm going to pull it up on my desktop here because it's going to be faster, and then I will see if Earth gets mentioned at all. Let's see. Son of Odin and of Earth. Yeah, that's just a name for Thor. Those are all Njörður, son of Njörð. Frigg, co-wife of Njörð and Gunnar and Gunnlöð and Gríður. Jörð's son. Yeah. Skullscaffer only mentions a bunch of... Okay, Skullscaffer only mentions it in context of... words. Only mentions it, Earth in context of Thor. So, yep. Was not expecting us to get spooked. Ooh, interesting. That is a lily. Hello. Anyway, so here is the Earth. She, clearly looks so good. Ow. That hurt like hell. Whack, 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 whack. Gonna whack her a bunch. Damn it, I need to stop trying to run right through that. I need to heal, because I can only take 3 of those. Luckily, she seems to be a very predictable pattern here. Just don't... There we go. And then gets dazed. Oh crap. Actually hit that, please. Oh. Well, I only got 1 hit at that, which is not great. 2. I didn't even hit the phase shift. That's unfortunate. Oh, there's the phase shift. That is a spooky poison cloud. Run, 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 run. Damn it, poisoned. Only lost one bit. So. Ow. Mother. I'm playing kinda dumb, to be honest. And supercharge. Yeah, cool. And that is our phase shift. Ow. Trap. Run. Thank you. Oh right, I can hit these with a charged hit to make them calm down. Frick. And there's my escape. Ow. I'm almost dead. I might actually lose this. Aren't you proud of me? One HP, no heals left. Come on. There we go, more poison. I am exactly one thing away. Sorry, I just had to go into focus mode there for no obviously discernible reason. 1, 2, 3, 4. And come on, go. Cool, more poison. And I'm totally safe right now, so it's okay. Oh crap, I'm actually in trouble. And I'm dead. What? How did I not die? Was I too close to her? Damn it, I can't get to that. I'm gonna have to try and just burn her down. Got it! Gamer powers. Don't mind me. I can't move, but that's fine. Wow. But yes, clearly fertility, great looking healthy fertility being here, throwing poison around and, you know, generally looking terribly ugly and unpleasant. This is not a surprising thing. Cool. I impressed the gods. 1 HP in the dream? I'm a god. God gamer right here. Welcome back to space. And now we finally are introduced who our main... var höfðingi þorpsins. Ásamt bróður mínum og áhöfn þeirra sigldi hann höfin á stærðar en langskipi. Oh, interesting. They translate langskipi as drakar. Mér var kennt að berjast á unga aldri. Viska móður minnar, hugrekki föður míns og sögurnar af goðunum veittu mér innblástur til að verða hinn fullkomni bardagamaður. So. Þegar ég hafði aldur til well, let's zoom in. I don't think we can zoom in to check that. Anyway, it's interesting they call it, while Drakar is a name for a specific type of longship, it's interesting that the Icelandic calls it a longship and the English calls it a Drakar, or a dragon ship. Or, I guess, most literally just dragon, but for the name for the largest, most ornate type of longship. It is peculiar. Anyway, speaking of her beloved axe and her helmet, the helmet, I mean, both of them have some issues. Double bit axes are not used in battle, like, it is not... No. A two-handed axe in the 11th century is not implausible. It's specifically termed a Dane axe. But this sort of two-handed double bit axe, you wouldn't use. It's too dangerous to everyone, yourself and everyone around you. Also, the helm, it's not horn, or it's not cow horns in the traditional, like, Wagnerian horned helmet sense, but it is elk horns. Or, I guess, deer, given that elk means moose in Scandinavia, for questionable reasons. Anyway, deer horns, which we have found, like, a burial of someone who was buried with the antler of a deer right next, or of an elk right next to him. That one is actually an elk, in eastern Sweden, I want to say. So it's not intrinsically impossible, or that there is associations of warrior of some kind and elk horns. That being said, putting horns like that on your helmet is a bad plan. Don't do it. It is very much harkening to the Wagnerian tradition of the horned helmet Viking, while slightly subverting it for the sake of not being incredibly stereotypical. Anyway, so where we were was Jotunheim. Fergelmir. Yes. That is a good description of what Sverkelmir is, but anyway, I'm going to pull up. I promised we talk about the 9 worlds, and so we're going to talk about the 9 worlds because, yeah, what you think they are and what they are is not. So, anyone that tells you they know what the 9 worlds are is wrong. The traditionally stated 9, there's a couple of variations, but you have Ausgarður, the realm of the gods, Midgarður, the realm of men, Jotunheim, the land of giants, Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir, Alfheim, Muspelheim, Niflheim, Niedervetlir, and Helheim. Oh, no, Math. It is the 9 worlds, which are definitely 9, but what those 9 are is a big old shrug. Other variations that may get thrown in are Utgarður and Svartalfheim, replacing some of them. Let's see, that should make a big boof that goes up. Right, this should just go up again. Yeah. We are now back at the beginning. Congratulations, me. There are all sorts of things hidden around this level, if I can find them. So I want to try and find them. We'll see. I'm not having a whole lot of luck if I keep running the same path over and over. But yes. We do know that there are 9 worlds. This is mentioned in... what is it? In Völuspá as 9 worlds I see. But no source lists all 9. Period. So, while the 9 mentioned in this game, or whichever of the 9 get mentioned in this game, are all places that exist, but what actually they are is questionable. If we pull up a map of Europe, though, you can kind of get a sense of where 5 are. Maybe 6. Crap. Please stop dropping stones on me, please. Okay? Calm down. Calm thyself. Nay? Let's go up. So if we pull up a map of... Imagine a map of Scandinavia. Let's see, where does that actually... Where am I? I am there. Okay, so if I go down this one, I should actually run into another thing to go up. It does not tell you where you are on the map, you are just supposed to kind of guess. So guess we shall. And up we go! And this is why Ethan gives us more life. We can talk about the apples of Ethan in a little bit, but there's obviously a lot of concepts of Norse mythology to talk about here. But yes, our map is of Scandinavia. So Midgarður is Europe, essentially. Pretty much all of Europe can be classified inside... hang on, dodging rocks. And up we go. So, not quite all of Europe. There's like one exception that we'll consider in a moment. But overwhelmingly most of Europe is Midgarður. Then you have Ausgarður is out to the east in Asia by the Caucasus. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Cool, found a thing there. Okay, I need to get down. Sorry. I need to get down to, you can't see my cursor. You can see where the giant statue is. That is where I'm trying to get to. And then also trying to get after we get the rune, there's one more place I can get to that is worthwhile. So... figure out where the heck I am. Right now. Should be at this well. Yeah. Cool. There's one path, and then... getting to that is complicated. Okay. Yes. I know my way. 1, 2... Okay, I only have one way to go for the moment, and then we catch the next guys are up. But, oh, whoops. Only way down right now. So, we... where was I? I completely lost track of my thoughts. Where was I, guys? Chat, help me out here, I'm bad at words. Oh yeah, our map of Europe. Ausgarder is conceived of as somewhere in Asia, though where specifically is bit of a shrug, but this is based on a conception of the ow. Really? Fine. Rude. So there's Ausgarder somewhere out by the Caucasus. Then you have Utgarder somewhere out to the west. Potentially you could argue Jotunheim as kind of in the same spot, but there's some unclarity whether Jotunheim should be conceived of as to the west across the ocean, or if it should be conceived of as kind of in between Ausgarder and Midgarder, or even farther to the east of or even farther to the east from Ausgarder in what would be like the Ural Mountains. Then, way up in the Arctic, you have Niflheim, the land of cold. Snorri Sturluson in the Prose Edda specifically accounts for this as north. And Muspelheim is therefore to the south in North Africa and the Sahara. Thank you. Hail Heimdallr. Yup, that is a good summation of Heimdallr, and most of what we know about him. Because we know he was born from 9 mothers, don't question the logistics, and he watches over Bifrost, and despite being deaf, his hearing is so keen that he can hear grass growing. Yep. Anyway, so those are kind of sums up like 5 to 6. I get 6, actually, I guess more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 of the 9 realms as being like that. Helheim is one that often gets listed as a world, and it is very explicitly not. That is the only one that is definitely wrong. Okay. Anyway, from here we can just keep going down. Down and down, and then big shiny down. Cool. Because Snorri says that Odin gave to Hel, in order to kind of keep her pacified, part of Niflheim to have her hall and keep track of the dead. So Hel is without a doubt, part of Niflheim. We actually already have our powers up, and we don't need to heal, so we will save Mimi's Bruni in case— oh crap. So much for doing that. Whoops. I wanted to save it in case so we could heal, but whoops. Oh well. Is there anything to go besides just down? Nope. We're just going down. We'll have Heimdall protect us as we go sliding. Oh, well, so much for Heimdall protecting us. Go, 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 go. Look at how cool this set piece is. We are sliding down the roots of Yggdrasil. Which if that is not just the coolest thing. It should be. But behind us, keep an eye out in the background here, because things are going to get spooky. Ow. That there is Nidhugger. Name literally translates to devourer, I guess devourer of something. Niv is a complicated term, but of the, I guess, of the deceitful would be not a terrible translation. But he is a, like, basically a personification of death, that, well, in dragonification of death, which, being bad news, gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil for eternity when he is not munching on those who live, the wicked who are sent to Naustrand. Naustrand is...
Þú hefur fundið rúnina við rætur Yggdrasils. Haltu áfram að kanna svæðið eða snúðu aftur í Ginnungagap.
So no, luckily we do not need to fight Nidhugger. But Nidhugger survives Ragnarok quite explicitly. The last stanza of Völuspá is Nidhugger set free from being bound beneath the roots of the World Tree, flying with corpses grasped in his pinion feathers. Because he is feathered. And so he's generally just, you know, bad news. Can we just return to Ginnungagap? We can just return directly to Ginnungagap. Perfect. So, you know, generally not a good look. We don't recommend. We super do not recommend. Cool, so there was that level. We finished it. Congratulations, we found the things. You can see we've got like a different god giving us power in each location. You can see up here, there's another one. And then I don't know if these are the Jotnar we're supposed to fight, or if these are someone else. But we'll find out. They must be the Jotnar, though. Because I wonder if we go up here to Jörð. That is glowing. And it's a much nicer version of Jörð than what we actually saw. But yes, he survives because, of course, mortality still exists. And so, Nidhugger being quite literally extremely much death continues to exist too. So, I believe we already did this one, so we should need to go into this one. Let us go. But I pray to God we don't need to actually fight Nidhugger, because, you know, he's functionally indestructible, and generally bad news. Was shown as extremely, super extremely, like, our traditional worm dragon. It doesn't seem to necessarily be the best description of him, given that he's described as having pinion feathers explicitly. But that's okay. Sometimes your dragon just needs to look at maximally draconic. Anyway, now we are in Brokker's Forge. Brokker and his brother Sindri are the forgers of Mjölnir, alongside some of the other gifts of the gods like Gungnir and Freyr's ship Skidbladnir. I believe those three are the... I believe those are the ones that Brokker and Sindri make, as opposed to the Sons of Ivaldi. They're part of the same story. But... the details are less than transparent. Gungnir was Sons of Ivaldi. Thank you. I know what story it is, I know where it is in the Prose Edda, but I super don't remember all the details. But yes, Mjölnir definitely was Brokker and Sindri. I can't remember if it's either Gutlenbersti or Skidplatnir, either Freyr's ship or his magical golden boar, is made by Brokkr and Sindri. And there's one other gift. Aw, that doesn't bust. Anyway, the forge does not seem to be in great condition, to be honest. It's kind of ruined, but lots of gold around here. And all sorts of other weird things. Does that actually burst? Hey, it does. Oh hey, and it's a dwarf. These dwarfs look extremely dwarf-like. If you are in the Overly Sarcastic Production server, you will recognize that Dvergar are complicated and weird and don't necessarily work like that. Cause some of the weird... Hello. Whomstar. That must be looking ahead at who we're going to fight eventually. Yes, dwarves are the Dvergar, to use their Norse name, are created or kind of self-generate, which is a very traditionally medieval thing to say that flies are self-generative, that they just appear in rot, coming from maggots. And the maggots that were crawl through the rotting flesh of Ymir become dwarves. They just run. They ain't interested in fighting, so we ain't interested in fighting them either. They will come and beat us up eventually, by the way. I do not get to not fight them. But they are born out of the yonder maggots that crawl through the flesh of Ymir and become sentient. I don't remember the name of the first one, but the name of the second one is Durin. And then they give names to all the other dwarves. Additionally though, Dvergar are of questionable size and questionable shape. Hello. Hello, Apple. I will find you. The reason why I say that is that for Dvergar hold up the corners of the sky, their names, because of course, why would they have other names, are Norther, Söder, Oyster, and Vester. So, quite literally, the cardinal directions are dwarves holding up the sky. Cool, already made it to that one, I don't know why I'm going here again. There's nothing else up here? But they're dwarves, they're specifically called to be Dvergar. Yeah, I don't remember any names that are definitely female in the list of names. It's definitely implied that there are, because presumably Reyn, if you assume that the Reyn of Völsunga Saga is actually a Dvergur along with Fafnir and Otur, then they must have a mother, because they have a father. But in the... there's definitely room for them in the later tradition. I'm not saying you're wrong, Math, but I'm not remembering any being explicitly listed as such. Okay, so there are two more of these runes, right here. But simultaneously, dwarves are so small that one called Elite is able to be drop-kicked by Thor into Baldur's funeral pyre, according to Snorri. Baldur's funeral is super interesting for a bunch of reasons, not least of which because Loki may not have had anything to do with it. And I say may not have because there is enough weirdness around it to potentially indicate that an older tradition is that Odin just straight up sacrificed Baldur. We don't have the evidence to strictly confirm this, but like Vafthrudismal is super suspicious that, you know, Odin whispers something in Baldur's ear, supposedly after he dies, despite that presumably whispering something is meant to be heard. As I said, the Dvergar eventually show up and eventually come attack us en masse. Luckily they all suck, so easy enough. This squad of dwarves are clearly, you know, very much the Tolkien-inspired short stubby legs. They're not so much shorter than we are. Short stubby legs and hammers and beards and all looking exactly the same as we commit absolute murder on them. Whoops. We're the good guys. We continue to be the good guys. But kind of an assumption in that take, I will say, Reed, is that it assumes that Loki is not originally affiliated with the story. Which is definitely possible given that Loki is weird and, you know, not super obviously someone worshipped or acknowledged as existing in the Viking Age. We have like 3 things that can maybe possibly kind of look like Loki if you squint a bit, and no place names related to Loki, and nothing that would indicate any sort of temple worship to Loki. Speaking of Loki, though, it's him.
Máttur blekkingarinnar. Hilsi þér Loki, góð hrekkja og svíksemi.
It Loki. This depiction of Loki, you can see, well, you may have to tab back on the VOD if I can't get up to his face. I can almost get up to his face. Dang, I can't actually get there. But you can see he had a helmet with 2 curled horns on it, which is very much Marvel. Thank you, Marvel. But that has a mustache, no beard, and sewed shut lips. There is a hearthstone found in Aarhus, I believe, in Denmark. If not, it currently lives there. I don't remember if it actually found there or not. That shows someone with a mustache and appears to be sewed together lips. That is one of our 3, maybe possibly Loki in the Viking Age, because that dates to around the year 1000. It would be unclear why Loki is interpolated to later be so important, because he does, if he is not genuinely old, which he might not be, I don't have strong feelings one way or another. The evidence is super ambiguous, and I don't care so much about original religious practice. That's not my field. It's not my job. So I don't have strong feelings one way or another. But yes, definitely makes sense. We will circle back to that map. But yeah, why he would be interpolated in later and made so important, because there are a bunch of stories with him. I mean, he is probably the most popular figure in Norse mythology, except for Odin and Thor. And he's part of a trio, if you accept, like, Loftur as another name for Loki, then he's seems to be part of a very old trio of Odin, Loki, and Heinir that shows up in Hoistlung and in... what is it? In Hoistlung and in the Faroese Lokatautur. Which is obviously post-medieval. That's from the 17th century, I want to say. But, you know, still is a relevant bit of information that... But yes, words. So he might genuinely be old, but if he's a later interpolation, why he is interpolated in is uncertain, because while it is very common to list Loki as part of, or as equated to the devil, and there is one church in England that if you really stretch, as Victorian scholars did, there is a stone out front of it with a carving of a man chained to of a horned figure chained to a rock, that 19th century scholars were like, oh, it must be Loki! It's Satan. It's obviously Satan. Anywho, suggests that, which means that it would be unclear why he is interpolated in, because it's clearly not to be a Satan allegory. No matter how many scholars used to pretend otherwise. So, no. Hey, look, it's Gungnir. Yeah, Loki's a big old question mark. We know for how many stories he shows up in, and he does show up in a lot, we know very little about him. And, you know, I think I can with some confidence say the reason why he shows up in so many stories and has such enduring popularity is that he is very much an outsider figure. He is what scholars like to term liminal, which is a word you hear thrown around a lot. That just means he exists on the boundary on some kind of boundary. Huh. Nailed it. This is why they give us god powers. Since he is liminal, this gives him agency in the world in a way that very few other entities have. Odin and Thor do as well, though they are both, Odin is in his own way a liminal figure despite being, the father of the slain and, typically listed as chief among the gods. Despite all that, he still is a liminal figure, in his own way, and there's a reason why Tacitus links Wotanaz, the Proto-Germanic equivalent, with Mercury. Specifically says that the Germanic peoples worship Mercury as their chief god, and, you know, if you know your Greek and Roman mythology, you know Hermes/Mercury is very much a liminal figure, who does not easily fit into the hierarchies and behaviors of the gods. So, anyway, somewhere around here there should be one more rune so we can get the Apple of Idun. That's around here, but I don't remember where it is. Anywho, was that vaguely coherent, about... Oh crap. I need a be not here, be not here. Oh crap. Hey look, this is my first time actually having a little bit of trouble with something. Aren't you proud of me? Focus mode! So yeah, any questions about Loki? Well, I'll recap, you know, the story of why Loki would be here with his lips showing us shut in the, Forge of Broker. Gleipnir. Okay, so this is claiming, this is listing Gungnir, Thank you, I don't need the manga. Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. that I guess works, though I don't super love it. It must be Skidbladnir, Freyr's ship, that's the third one here. And then Dreipnir, Götlinbursti, and what would the last one be? I don't remember. Interesting. It is conflating Brokkr and Sindri and the Sons of Ivaldi, because the Sons of Ivaldi forged Gleipnir as well. Cool. So, to sum up this story, and why Loki has his mouth sewn shut in Brokkr's forge... Yes. That is... Ooh, math. Worthwhile note, if you're going to call him Fenris, make sure you mention you use the full name of Fenrisulfur, because Fenrir is the nominative, Fenris is the genitive, so that's of Fenrir. So, Fenrisulfur is the name most fully used, though also, he has a bunch of other names. Let's see. Hjörvitnir would be another one, for Fenrisulfur. And, yeah. There are like 5 names for everything in Norse mythology, don't worry about it. Yep. So. Loki made a bet, that the Sons of Ivaldi could make nicer gifts, than Brokkr and Sindri, and wagered his head on that. And so they have a competition, which is great for the gods, because they get, Jú. Veit ég, Thora. Works out great for the gods, because they get, the golden boar, Götlinbursti. They get, Freyr's ship that can fold up to fit in a pocket, Skidbladnir. They get the spear, Gungnir. They get the self-replicating ring, Dreipnir. They get the hammer, Mjölnir. And they get one more that I can't remember. Anyway, regardless, things look pretty even, except the Brokkr and Sindri are coming up. I already said Gungnir. But Loki panics and thinking that they're going to lose, turns into a gadfly and stings, I think it stings Brokkr, who is manning the bellows while Sindri forges. And because they need to keep the heat precisely even. And so, Brokkr loses his grip on the bellows for just a moment to swat at the gadfly Loki, causing Mjölnir's handle to end up way too short for the hammer, which is why Thor needs his belt, his girdle of might, and his iron gloves in order to be able to wield it effectively. But even so, the gods universally agree that Mjölnir is such a good gift that it thrashes anything the Sons of Ivaldi make. And so, Loki loses the wager. He tricks, then he goes, I wagered my head, not my neck. So you can have my head, but you can't touch my neck while doing it. And so rather than just cutting his head in half, which would have been totally viable, they decided to sew his lip shut, which is far more poetically just for someone who has a great problem of bragging when he really shouldn't. Oh yeah, it is the golden hair. Duh, because that's the initial starting incident. Is that Loki decides it'll be freaking hilarious, to cut off the hair of Thor's wife. This goes as well as expected. Thor has anger management problems, and messing with his wife, who is incredibly vain about her hair, is not a good plan for longevity. So, yeah, 10 out of 10 plays coming out of Loki here. Gets his mouth sewn shut for his troubles. So, yeah. hence why Loki would be found in this forge with these results, with his mouth sewn shut with golden wire. Super cool, and you know, I find it really cool that they're using the Hearthstone depiction as kind of influential in this. It is really, really neat and a worthwhile thing. And let's just wave to Mimir again. Hi, Mimir. So yeah, super cool and a nice little reference. They clearly did their reading, even if the game devs make some interesting decisions on forging, on localizing. And yeah, we know frickin' nothing about Sif. Anyway, they did, however, in this game conflate Brokkr and Sindri and the Sons of Ivaldi. There is one really obscure reference that says that Idun might be the one daughter of Ivaldi, but we know literally nothing about Ivaldi, and we know almost nothing about the Sons of Ivaldi. So, you know. Oop. Let me just dodge the spinning hammers. Also a reference to Mjolnir, that there are hammers here that are being thrown, because one of Mjolnir does agree that there are that no matter how far you might throw it, crap, I need to go here to protect myself. Whack. Whack. Let me shield myself quick so I can swing. So I can swing again. Nice. Nice. Progress. I didn't want to use both of my Loki powers, but that's okay. We'll use both of my Loki powers, and it's fine. I'm fine. Anyway, yes, one of the powers of Mjolnir is that no matter how far you might throw it, it will always return to the wielder's hand. It does seem to require it to be thrown, given that Thrymr can, you know, steal it, and Thor just can't will it to come back. But, you know, so be it. But another weird thing about this story that I think is worth mentioning is that, notice Freyr is listed amongst the gods in the tale of the forging contest. However, despite that implies that this story happens property.
Haltu áfram að kanna svæðið eða snúðu aftur í Ginnungagap.
Okay, we will just return straight to Ginnungagap because we found everything. So exactly. There is way less distrust for smiths in the Norse context than there is in the Irish one. Math, given that there is significant praise for Wayland or Weldund in the Old English poems, even though Vulander, the equivalent, is a bit shifty looking. But it instead implies a sort of golden age that at Iðavellir in the early days of the gods, that they didn't have to work in order to produce gold and treasures. It just came to them. Implies a golden age that is broken by the Aesir Vanir War. The Aesir Vanir War is weird because there is some evidence to suggest that it is extremely old. The idea of two kind of king groups going and beating each other up at some point is found across the Indo-European mythological corpus. Well, that doesn't mean we can reconstruct anything about the original king group war. It's the Asura-Deva conflict manifested in the Norse tradition. So it's like, you know, it is potentially extremely old, but we know very little about it. And the chronology goes super whack. Because the oven throws a spear right at the beginning of this whole of the Asavanir war according to Villispow. That spear must be Gungnir. Like, it's the only spear associated with Odin, and if it specifies he throws a spear, it's kind of transitive property, that spear is probably Gungnir. But, according to the Prose Edda, Gungnir has not been created yet. So, yeah, it is super weird and confusing, and we know little about it. Which is kind of a problem. And it is indicative that the Prose Edda is very much attempting to make sense of something that does not care about chronology, and give a chronology to something that doesn't care. Villispow, despite being roughly chronological, really just says the world is created, the Ice of Vanir happens, Baldur dies, Ragnarok happens. That is it. That is the extent of our information that matters. Aw. I didn't notice that, but this is sad. So, these right here, we have the reason I'm lingering here is not just because talking and playing games is hard, but because I want to talk about these runestones, because while the shape of the runestones is good, and the fact that the runes are inscribed along the outer edge of the runestone is good. Notice you can only barely see it, and I don't know how well that shows up on stream at all, but it is just on the outside edge there. It is not actually words, it is just repeating the rune Fie over and 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 over again, while the depictions on the inside, instead of being completely unrelated to the inscription, as they should be, runestone images and runestone inscriptions have nothing to do with each other, is just a map of the places we were at. So in Niðavellir, the roots of Yggdrasil, and Nidhugger at Naustrand, and the Forge of Brokkr and Sindri. It's a shame. It makes sense, but it is a shame. So, we're in Niðavellir, so...
Fé, rún ríkidæmis, valds og gulls.
Oh, interesting. I realized I forgot to ever talk about the Disir early on, and I thought we would run into them again, and we did not. So, quick note on the Disir, they are pretty much always female, and are potentially, related to ancestral spirits, but this is very much a question mark, because Freya, is given an alternative name of Vanadis, so the singular of Disir, Lady of the Vanir. So, some kind of female deity, potentially with protective information associated with it, but very little is known about what worship of them may have looked like. Which is the usual feeling for everything related to... Oh wait, this is loaded. This is just dark. Hello, darkness. Let's see, does she have a shield? Is this who we saw earlier on? This looks like who we saw earlier on. Hey, dwarves. Go to hell. Giant Fia rune. Fia being a... Yep, it is. Oh boy. She is buff. Shall we ring the bell? She has a shield, so presumably this... Oh crap, I used the power before I wanted to. That's not good. Whack her foot, whack her foot. Keep whacking your foot. Go on. So, let's talk about Yitnar. See if I can say coherent things while failing here at everything. Run away again. So, the Yitnar are kind of an elemental other. Oh crap, I need to be not here. Okay, what are you doing? You're throwing something. Just yeeted that shield, and then respawned it. Cool. It's interesting that she's able to, like, order dwarves around. That is super weird. I don't have super useful, interesting things to say about that, because that's just not... Infinitely spawning dwarves are a problem. Well, obviously there's kind of some level of affinity here, between Dvergar and... Oh crap, those are giants. Let me burn a lucky power here to get them to attack that, which should leave me okay. We'll heal quick, and then we're back to the Heimdall power. Oh, I can deflect the... I can whack the things. Oh, crap. I should have burned the Heimdall power there, instead I need to burn another Freya. Nice. She takes out all of her own guys. Anyway, Yitnar are kind of elemental, kind of not. Ah, crap. Oh, okay. Crap, I wasted that. That's not good. I'm gonna have to just, like, big brain this for a while here. Because I'm not in a good situation here. Throw it that way. Thank you. Just gonna have, because I am out of heals, and I am out of other powers, so, what the hell? What are these things? I need to burn Loki here. Because hopefully, you know, throws that right through the crowd, and then whatever doesn't get hit by the crowd gets hit by Loki. What the heck? Ghostly things dropping from the sky, so we're just gonna need to big brain this. God Gamer mode, Yitnar in the meantime. Yitnar are... Hey, cool. If things drop on her head, she gets hurt. That's good to know. Let's just roll like crazy. No, that did not hit very many of them. Ah, crap. Focus mode. Oh my god. Yitnar are kind of the, I guess, opposite. I don't have any heals, I don't have any powers, I am getting overwhelmed. And I am in a lot of trouble, I'm dead. Focus mode did not go well. So. Having started that sentence 4 times, let's try it again. The Yitnar are descendants of Ymir, like the Aesir are, but they are socially outside. They are the opposition to the gods. So one of the most influential frameworks for understanding the relationship between the gods and the Yitnar is called center-periphery theory, created by or applied to Norse by Kirsten Haystrup, and definitely she has huge influence on it. Come on, let me attack, please. Please. Attack. 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 Cool. Good thing I have like 180-degree coverage on swings, so if I can not get overwhelmed by just quantity of people, I'll be okay. Okay, I'm not too worried, because these are all baby dwarves, so just time my attacks well, and I'm okay. See? Totally okay. That's a giant one. Phew. Luckily, the giants move incredibly slowly. I just translated Yetna to mean giant, which I think is a controversial translation, but one that I don't hate. Definitely in the post-medieval period, that association gets really made where it kind of becomes where thirst refers to strength, truck refers to temperament, and crap, I need a roll. Thank you. And run. Ow. This is not a good situation to be in. I'm just gonna eat this, by shielding. Oh, you did not die. Thank you. Please die. This is getting a lot more chaotic. I am in trouble. Words. Chaos. Thank you for the words of encouragement. Luckily, she kills her own ads, so if I can not completely. I need to remember that rolling is slower than just running sometimes, or most of the time actually. But she does get hurt by her own dropping of things, which is a good way to do damage if I can just survive. Just survive, just survive. Come on, fling it, fling it. Go on. That hit nobody. I'm sad. Ow. Run like hell. That should go right through a good chunk of them. Get one, hit it, and then run. Gotta Dark Souls this shit. Where, you know, don't get greedy, just get hit once. Oh crap, that was not what I wanted to do. But while this lasts, I may as well get some swings in. and it stopped blasting. I still got one lucky, so just need to be smart about it. Oh, that didn't kill you. Crap. Ow. I have no heals left, so I am losing health rapidly. I do get stun locked for a brief second, because while that gives me iframes, I do get stun locked. Oh cool, one of these. I can just kind of run and then be okay. Dang it, none of them land. Okay, I died. Take 3. Oh yeah, these. Yeah, so math. Eden. Yep, so close. You know, very Dark Souls vibes. You just lose to bosses sometimes, and that's okay. I'm not offended or worried about having lost. Cool. So, good to know that both trigger and bumper changes things. Anyway, so yeah, Eten and Jotun are the same sound change I described earlier with Earth and Jörth. So, it's just the same sound change. They are cognates, and it is most likely etymologically devourer related to basically like gluttony would be a decent translation. Regardless, though, the relationship between the Aesir and the Jötnar is complicated, because Jötnar are not inherent. While they are generally opposed to the gods, they are not universally their enemies. Aegir is a Jotun, technically, like Hymir is a Jotun. Let's see who else is. Farpoiti, Loki's father, is clearly a Jotun. So, plenty of Jotun running around. And so I'm not. Gotta try and save resources as much as possible for the back half of this fight now. Because I'm getting good at the first half, as you can see. It's just once things start getting chaotic, they're gonna get really chaotic. Ow, that's a lot of things flying at my face. Can you throw the spear right, or throw the shield right through them? Nah, of course not. That's okay. I can at least. That is. And here's where it gets messy. I'm still at good HP, so I'm not worried too bad. Though I will burn up this one. Where am I? I am here. Okay. Next up is to burn a lock. Oh crap. Gotta burn a Freya now. Next time I need to burn something, I burn Loki. I may need to get more powers before by doing more levels to truly get ready for this. But, you know, if I can stay close to, because they do seem to like falling on my head. Yep. There we go. Fling through it them, please. Yeah, perfect. That should be a kill on you. And then, I am doing really a lot better this time for now. We'll see if that stays true, but it's at least an encouraging beginning. And just get a hit in, please. No. A hit, just like 3 hits. Ow. Crap, that was a lot of damage. We'll burn the Loki here. And I'll need to burn another Freya because I'm at low enough health where that's worthwhile. Gotta burn this. Like, Lord knows I need to heal this. Help. Come on, I'm so close. To try and stay a little bit coherent while I'm in focus mode, because I theoretically can multitask, I have the power. Gonna burn Loki there, because I do need the just space. And I am in trouble on this one. Just run. You really just gotta stay alive. She's smart, seems to be fairly smart, and is not summoning, come on, just one hit. Get greedy. Yeah, greedy. DPS touch. DPS check. Nice. Whew. Now I can say something coherent now that our horrible looking Jotun is dead. As always, once again, I would note that the Jotnar tend to look ugly and weird in actual. That would make sense, though controlling where she throws the shield is, complicated. But look at how much nicer they look here than they do in reality. Okay, Thora. Yeah.
Það hlýtur að hafa verið samband mitt við föður minn sem kveikti fyrsta neista öfusíkinar hjá bróður mínum. Nokkrum árum seinna tilkynnti faðir minn að við fráfall hans myndi ég taka við sem höfðingi þorpsins. Ég vildi óska þess ég hefði áttað mig á því þá að þrátt fyrir að þorpið fagnaði var andúðin farin að krauma hjarta bróður míns.
Well, that's a problem. I'm sure that won't have consequences later in the story. Meh. I'm sure it's fine. So, having succeeded in that, the relationship between Jotnar and Aesir is not always antagonistic, but it often is. The gods do not like the Jotnar. The gods do not typically view the Jotnar with a few exceptions, but I do not typically view them as their equals or even worthy of existence. However, the Aesir need the Jotnar. This is kind of the core of the center-periphery theory. Oh boy. Yo. His blood should be the oceans instead of this weird swamp. But that's okay. We'll get to that, Kosek. So, the Jotnar, the Outrealm, whatever that is, this is kind of based on the idea of a farm as kind of the central unit of Norse everything, which it should be, because, you know, that makes a whole lot of sense for a society that is primarily agrarian. But, this central farmstead unit... Interesting. I've not actually played this level, so I'm trying to figure out what the gimmick is, or quite explore this place thoroughly. I can't even walk into the swamp. Okay. That makes my job a little easier. Okay, that is truly the only place to go for now, isn't it? So this doesn't go anywhere, and I can't knock it down, so... Cool. The core of this in-realm, out-realm idea is the fact that the in-realm is safe, it is fully socialized, it is normal. The out-realm, however, is where all the goodies are. So treasure, and for the case of the Aesir, wives. It is very common for the Aesir to take either consorts or wives from the Jotnar. Freyr and Gerður, Odin and Jörð and Gunnlod. The list goes on and on. This is another way in which Loki is weird, and he is really weird, is that Laufey appears to be the ice, an Ausin, or female god, while Þárbóti is the Jotun. So it's Loki's parentage is an inversion of the standard order of the horribly abusive relationship between the gods and the giants. I super don't mind the idea of translating Jotun as giant. In the post-medieval, some scholarship, especially looking at post-medieval folktales, did kind of suggest that Thurs is related to size, while Jotun is related to strength. It might be the other way around, actually. Jotun is size and Thurs is strength. One of the two. Regardless, the overlap, there's like 3 overlapping terms of Thurs, Rhys, and Jotun. So you have like Ber Rhisi, Hrím Thursar, and Jotnar. All being very much overlapping terms that are used interchangeably, and Thurs is far less problematically translated as giant. It's actually the rune we know as Thor, is actually in Old Norse called Thurs.
Af því uxu tveir heimar, Muspelsheimur og Niflheimur. Óratími leið þar til þeir snertust, og af snertingu þeirra myndaðist Ymir, fyrsti Þursinn.
And they just called Ymir Fyrsti Thursinn, so the first Thurs, or which is, as I said, far less problematically giant. I love this art style. It's very stained glass. It's not a particularly runestone style, but it is lovely, and I am a fan. Tribes in Norse is weird. Math, I definitely, don't want to harp on tribal affiliation, but definitely kinship affiliation. Because an Eitt is not a clan in the traditional sense. That is the Norse name for it. And so I don't want to overemphasize any sort of tribal society for Viking Age Norse culture, because that's not a super good description. That's not a super good description of reality. But some sort of kinship-based world is definitely far better described. Okay, so we've got all sorts of things going on here. Look at this we've just got the whole proseda of the beginning of the Gylfaginning right here. So there's Ymir. And then next up we have some other story of the this should be Buri, and then Eidambla. We have Vili, Vie, and Odin, and then the slaughter of Ymir. Yeah, it is definitely in-group. I like in-group much more, because that is a fairly unproblematic designation for it. Okay, so we started there, went over, and okay, we've only got a few ways to go. This is a huge level. I'll be honest, this is really giant. So before we get farther into this and hear the rest of the Norse, of Snorri's version of the Norse creation myth, we're gonna pause, and I'm gonna change out the ice packs because it's ice pack time. In the meantime, you can all study the map. Actually, I might be able to leave it running. Yeah, I'll leave it running, for the sake of you guys getting ambient noise. However, I am also going to run a 60-second ad break. So, if you've been enjoying it so far and you're a new viewer, please do consider following or subscribing. It helps a whole lot with helping me keep this channel running and get better hardware, so I do not need to ice pack time while playing something like, you know, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Anyway, we'll be back in just a minute. And we should be back. Welcome back. New ice packs have been gotten. Let's get going. So, let's see where we can actually go. We look like we're pretty well guided through this level. There aren't a whole lot of paths that we have voluntarily to get through here. Oh yes, please get laundry sorted. So, yes, our in-group, out-group, the Jotun are clearly the out-group in the mythological world, while the Aesir are clearly the in-group. There's been a lot of interpretations on how this is misrepresentative and colors our perception of the Jotun in non-useful ways. But, you know, they did mention we were in Muspelheim time, so I guess we have actual fire. Neat. Whee! All the way across the world. As we knock over all these trees and generally do cool stuff. Oh good, here's our second bit of the story.
Á meðan Ýmir svaf, storknuðu efnin sem mynduðu líkama hans. Hann hóf að svitna og gat af sér hrimþurrksana.
Hrimþursar, the frost giants, and they are in fact. It is super weird. Like. Oh, is my mic moved? That's why. Hello. I just forgot to move it back when I moved the ice pack. Better? So, it's super weird. In addition to the sweat, there's a description that I think it's his left leg mated with his right one. It is... Ymir is a weird dude, not gonna lie. I assume I don't want to stand on these, so I'm going to not stand on these. What is surprising a little bit, okay. I was like, I don't see a lot of ways to get around to, the relevant places to do stuff. Wait, where did that actually send me? Okay, that just sent me all the way over there. So this just goes down? Potentially? Yes. Actually, that's oddly... Oh no, okay. That makes sense, and then we go down this... yeah. This is why I don't want to stand on those, because turns out, it does hurt you to stand on the fire. No one could have predicted this. Oh cool, but we got to Mimis Bruni. We don't actually need to activate Mimis Bruni now, so we might just save it. See if I screw up horribly while getting this next power. So, anywho. Muspelheim, which is where we are now, is without a doubt one of the actual 100% genuine worlds of Norse mythology. As I mentioned, it is also, you know, the Sahara. This is a case where it's potentially out of coincidence, but also potentially where the descriptions are fully intentional. Ah, crap. That was not what I wanted to do. Okay. So that got me to somewhere, yeah. To where I wanted to go. I just, only took half my health to do it. We're fine. But... we find a new god. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. There's not a lot of options for who this could be, so I assume that this is Freya. I can see a little bit of a feathered cloak, and then the gem on her must be Brisingamen. Yup. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's just a typo. Ferjya is just misspelled. It's Feryja. Modern Scandinavia, I think, what, Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian all cut the J, so it's just Freyya. But that's dumb, and it makes it a way less pretty name. So, Freya. Still. I wonder what her power actually does. It makes me run fast. How surprising. It makes me run fast for quite a while. That would have been a handy one to have. You're right, it's just Ferjya. Fascinating. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Let us... oh yeah, I didn't go there. I want to go this way, actually, just to see what there is. Aw, it wore off. But I feel okay burning both of those, because we did not activate Mimis Bruni last time, so... actually, maybe, you know, see something around here. Why is this not a place? Oh well. We have to back up to get to Mimis Bruni again, so, we can recharge our powers, on the way. Then. Right, because where does this go? This takes us back to... no, this takes us somewhere. Actually, not sure where we are on the map. Weird. Oh, we made it to the third. We made it to the third thing somehow. Okay. Sure. Oh well. Hello, Auðhumla.
Langt frá Ými myndaðist kýrin Auðhumla. Auðhumla sem var sköpuð úr hreinleika og var sleikja ísinn sem hún stóð á.
I'm not sure what it means by made from purity.
Var hún búin að afhjúpa líkama búra, föður goðanna.
Buri is the grandfather of the gods, by the way. Not the father. So, Buri's son is Bor. Bor's 3 sons are Vili, Vie, and Odin. I mean, it doesn't change... Viba, it doesn't change how it's pronounced in Icelandic either. It just looks really pretty. I mean, it kind of does. It lengthens it, so it's Freyja instead of just Freya. But you know, small detail. Anyway, let us backtrack through the fire. Terrible fires. Anyway, I'm not sure why Freya would be found in Muspelheim, to be honest. Given that it's, overall an unpleasant place to be. But, as I said, Muspelheim is a place that either coincidentally or intentionally on the part of Snorri fits typical medieval geography. Because there is this idea of different habitable zones or climates in the world. So there are like 5 zones, I think. There's an uninhabitable cold zone, and then there's a few different types of habitable temperate zones. And then there's an uninhabitable hot zone, and then it repeats in the southern half of the world. Oh yes, it's just on fire all the time. Okay. So this knocks it down that way. Amazingly, the trees do not burn. I don't know how the trees do not burn, but the trees do not burn. Don't question it, I guess. So, Muspelheim being the center of the world and its intemperate zone makes perfect sense. It really just does. It's just how it is supposed to work. So, it's hard to say whether that is intentional or coincidental, or, you know, just represents widespread knowledge that, you know, there's a really hot place far to the south. It could just represent really widespread knowledge that there is a very hot place far to the south. That would not be unreasonable, given the level of contact globally since a very long time ago. That doesn't actually go anywhere. Okay. Back we go, roll. I made it. Wow, this whole place is terrible. These trees all look kinda dead, my dude. So I wouldn't be... eager to try and use them to, cross anything. They look like they might just combust at any moment. Probably. Anyway, so I guess that's something neat about Muspelheim. Cool, that doesn't go anywhere. That's just hot. That's just hot and bad. Thank you for wasting my time. Roll. Anyway, the main thing Muspelheim is known for, apart from being having sparks fly from its creation, is being also the home of the Elfursar, led by Surtur. There's a little bit of indication that perhaps Muspel is a person, or some kind of being, given that at Ragnarok it said the sons of Muspel will come, led by Surtur, who will kill Freyr. Pretty straightforward, fire kills crops. In the metaphor there. But yeah, I do kinda like this look of Muspelheim, being a very blech looking swamp. On the other hand, you know, it is kind of terrible. Cool, we got significantly more life this time. Thank you, Evelyn. Yes. Though it's unclear if Yggdrasil actually dies, you know. Yggdrasil will burn, but it's unclear if the tree dies from being burned. My vote's on no, it actually doesn't, but meh. Bor married Bestla, one of the Hrimthursar. Start of a very... Yep, really via Odin. Yep. Huh? What? That's an interpolation. So it's unclear what tainted is supposed to mean in that context, given that there is only heat and cold. I mean, very, very much Galenic, like you have hot and cold and wet and dry, and from this all thing is, and it is the mixture of those that creates everything. But I'm not sure. It seems to be trying to say that the Hrimthursar, of whom Bestla is one, are in some way different from the Aesir, despite them being distantly cousins. So, unclear what is supposed to mean by tainted, but generally weird, and that is one way to kind of deal with the kind of horrible fact that the gods and the giants are not fundamentally of two different kin groups. They are of the same kin group, except that Buri, or at least they're halfway from the same kin group. So, no, it's not. Wait, where is this one? Where am I on the map? Okay, so we went up, went over and over and up. Okay, I do... Huh? I actually don't know where I am. Because I came from here. Which... Ow. Okay, so there was that, so I crossed that. Peculiar. It's like there's an island missing or something. Weird. And yes, that did feature cameos from Huyin and Munin, our favorite ravens. Anyway. 1, 2, and then up. That's not making sense on this map, but that's okay. It looks like they just goofed up which direction things are, so... Or, which thing has an extra piece? Oh cool, that's literally nothing. But for some reason it zooms really far out. Is that just supposed to tell me that there's an apple there? That must be just to tell me that there's an apple there. Okay. Weird. Not gonna question it too much and just move on. This goes nowhere. I'm not sure what these big wide arches are. They look like they're bone, which could mean that they're like Emir's ribs, which would be, that would be a time. But, you know, the gods and the Jotnar, despite being enemies, in most contexts, though obviously not universally, are, you know, part of at least distantly the same king group, and that makes the gods, it has made some scholars read the relationship between the gods and the giants as oppression, instead of truly a conflict of kind of elemental forces versus civilizing forces, which is a more standard reading, where the Jotnar are in some way primal or primordial and elemental. Well, so you do have a Jotun like Raun or Air, both related to the sea, and Jörð being related to the earth, while you have some of the Aesir being related to... Oh, okay, this can go in two directions. How fancy of it. You have the Aesir representing more abstract protective forces, wisdom, etc. And the Vanir doing the same. So, yeah, it's a very messy relationship, but some scholars, especially ones that kind of take an eco-critical perspective, view this as kind of an atrocity that needs to be repaid.
Blóð hans var að vatni, hár hans var að grasi og trjám, hauskúpa hans var að himninum sem haldið uppi af 4 dvergum. Þannig var okkar heimur skapaður.
Oh gosh, I am. Though I'm talking more mythology this time because, you know, it is cool. But, you know, let's talk about where this story came from. I've mentioned it a few times, but this story, as told here... Okay. Is the version found in Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda. The Prose Edda was created around 1220, after Snorri's first visit to the Norwegian court, where he was greeted with honors by King Hákon Hákonarson and his regent uncle Jarl Skúli. It is specifically said in Skaldskaparmál, the third part, or second or third part, depending on how you count it. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Alvin. Thanks, Alvin. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Ginnungagap, because I've found everything here. So, the Snorri says in Skaldskaparmál, which is one of the parts of the Prose Edda, that this is designed to teach people poetry so that they might know how to use kennings and what they refer to. And equally explicitly, this is not something to believe in, or that you should trust any version of the Norse mythology other than the one he told. I sure hope we don't fight Ymir. Sorry. I hope we do not fight Ymir. Because that would go badly. Anywho. Thanks. So, this version is what I like to call a definitive edition of Norse mythology. So it mostly works off of Völuspá and Grimnismal and Vafthrudismal, 3 poems in the Poetic Edda, in order to introduce everything. Cool. Cool. Yo, so, yeah, exactly. Math, I do like that interpretation too, because definitely, there's a, oh crap. I need to be multitasking here, because we are in a fortress, a very much industrial fortress. Well, this will be fun to talk about. Hey, jerk. Do you not have a close range fire? Ow. Okay. So, finish up that thought quick before we get totally sidetracked by this thought. Völuspá I particularly agree with being kind of mocking, because Cirruses, especially dead ones, tend to be uncooperative to Odin, and there is that refrain of, do you understand yet, or what? What is it? I don't remember one of the words in the Norse, but literally it's Eva Fath, so, or what? Which can definitely be interpreted as mocking. It's not Allfather. He sometimes, I don't think it ever says Allfather. It says Valfather, so father of the slain. But, yo, the refrain is Eva Fath. Let me find it quick. So, stare at this industrial hellscape while I quick look up Völuspá. Yo, Völuspá. Eddas. Poetic. Poetic Edda. Völuspá. There it is. Vituv en Evafath. Do you know yet, or what? Yeah, not slaves. Slain. Valur means a killed person. Because Odin chooses half of those who are killed each day. Well, Freya chooses the first half, and Odin chooses the other half according to Grimnismal. But yes, so regardless, the conclusion to take away from them using the Prose Edda's version is that this is Norse mythology as we know it, and has very little relationship to Norse mythology as it may have been understood in the Viking Age. Because Snorri is taking stories he heard as a child, and stories he learned probably by asking around, and some other oral traditions that exist. Oh crap, those are 2 people. Bad news. Kaboom. We'll jam you in a corner and be done with it. Ow. Okay, so, note to self, do not jam them in a corner. Because they explode. I should have seen this one coming. It's not clear why Freya gets first choice, Leander. No one knows, because there's not enough surviving material around Grimnismal to elaborate on that. Even the Prose Edda just says, well, this is the thing that Grimnismal says. Huh. But yeah. So the conclusion to draw here is that, like, this version of Norse mythology is fundamentally unreliable as a source for the Viking Age. It just doesn't match. You are up a cliff. Dang nabbit. Well, if you're just gonna stand there, I can knock you back and then get blown up. Woohoo! More standing back, more getting blown up. Ow. Ow. I am getting absolutely thrashed. No, oh gosh, more history for you. A recent genetic study came out, just like 2 weeks ago, using, what, 400, remains from, or bodies from the, Viking Age that are in grave types strongly associated with Norse material culture. Genetic diversity, and you pull out the genetic data from that indicates that being blonde is a minority in the Viking Age, that there are more dark-haired people. Brown and black hair was more common in Viking Age Scandinavia than pale blonde. Which is unsurprising because people moved, and people have always moved, and there is nothing particularly unusual about that. So, in the Viking Age, we get, or since the Bronze Age, we have people coming and going through Scandinavia from as far away as we know, from Damascus, modern-day Syria, and Egypt. So, you know, there's huge amounts of genetic diversity in Viking Age Scandinavia, and also, you know, intermingling between Finnish, Sami, and Baltic peoples into and out of Scandinavia as well, which is the most likely source for, well, there's this statement that, you know, there is, they were like, oh yeah, we have Southern European and Asian DNA. Ow. So really, all that means is that people were moving around, and it is not straightforwardly the case. Hey look, that insta-kills them. Perfect. That is useful information to know. I mean, there is still a good number of blonde. It's not like blonde hair was incredibly rare. It just wasn't hyper common. It wasn't universal, I should say. And you know, where am I? Thank you for dropping that. So that I can knock it into your face. Exactly. If you go to Scandinavia, well, there are a lot of blonde people. It is not all blonde people. And Iceland still has a large population of people with very dark hair. And Andreas Heisler, in 1914, I'm gonna say? Run for your life. Okay. Cool. Oh wow, that double killed. Oh my god. But yeah, there is still a lot of dark-haired people in Scandinavia today. It is not like universal blondness is at all a true or expected thing. Huh. Meanwhile, look at this hellscape. I have no idea where I am on this map. I just hope that I've not completely missed everything remotely useful. Oh, I now know where I am on this map. I am on the elevator. Near the top. Okay, so, you know, let's talk about this idea that Muspelheim looks a lot like Isengard. It's absolutely, I super agree with that, Math. It is very Tolkien, very Tolkien-esque. Crap. Landed it right on my face. Can I run over that? 4, 5 roll. And line that up nice and pretty, and whack. It whiffed. Yoink, thank you. Whack. That whiffed too. I'll land one of these eventually. Got it. I'm also low on HP though, so hopefully we can find me Miss Bruni soon. Like right there. Perfect. Ideal. Yes, I know. Beat you to it on my end by about 2 seconds. Cause yeah, Muspelheim to me in this crater looks, well, you know, you mentioned earlier, Math, of this idea of Muspelheim looking like a volcano. Well, here it is. We are literally in a volcanic crater, and it's one with all sorts of, I mean, fire, and fire giants, and also, industry. A lot of industrial, a lot of steel, very much your, kind of, for lack of a better term, why is it not on the... There it is. Okay. For lack of better terminology, oh, I missed something. I know I missed something up there. I'll come back to it at the begin... once I finish the map. Because there's a spooky spot, right up in the top corner in the underpass, where we came in, that I can guarantee I missed something in. So... we'll just have to deal with that and pick it up later. Because I'm not backtracking all that way. Huh, what is this smoke? Why is there smoke here? Is this just aesthetic, or does this actually deal with it? It's just aesthetic. Okay. So yeah, it is... This, to me, does kind of scream the Tolkien-esque Isengard industrial forges. Oh, interesting. Actually hit? Yeah, it did. Cool. Nailed it. It is super aesthetic. I mean, it is a great aesthetic, and I do love it, but it sets up a contrast between the quote-unquote naturalistic, gods, and, you know, their world, which we saw at the beginning in even though it was in Jotunheim, still, the world tree... Oh. Am I supposed to knock these in order to build a... I am supposed to knock these in. Amazing, so I need to be careful to not kill these guys too quick, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to build my bridge. But yeah, this is a time, I don't... it definitely sets up, like, this very particular image of the gods, and one I don't think is, necessarily justified, because the gods certainly like their industry, and their... Okay, can I actually just cross this whole thing? Yeah, I can. I can already just cross that. Neat. Okay, but I cannot cross here. So I need to bring the things from up here. Okay. Rude. But yeah, there is. And it's coming straight out of Tolkien. This idea of kind of modernity, Christianity, etc. Really? God dang. Oh cool, I can get you to just yeet things at me. That makes my job easier. Thank you. Is that enough to actually cross? Yeah, it is. Cool. Okay, if that's the bridge there, that is the only way I can go. Okay. I'm gonna leave this guy alive so that he can keep, you know, throwing things at me. What's interesting is that the things that are throwing are stone, and not... are clearly stone, and are clearly not, you know, like cannonballs, not iron. Which I think is a worthwhile thing to note and be aware of. 'Cause... yeah. It is... a... kind of undermines that imagery. It leans back into the volcanoes, shooting, throwing stones, but in a way that is a little bit counter, interesting. Hello. Oh, those broke because they hit each other. Neat. Could you... knock things this way, please? Thank you. Thank you. Roll. Roll, roll, knock. Progress. Lots of progress. Interesting platforming. And interesting puzzle solutions. Yo, phew. Sorry, I am in focus mode because this is a lot of rocks to be throwing around, and I am not okay with it. I might need to kill one of these guys. I need to kill two of these guys, to be honest. There we go. Anyway, yes. Let's kill a third one. Oh, wow, that just yeeted off into the distance. Okay. Where are we at on doing everything? Hello? Why is that on fire? Ow. That hurt. That was mean of them. Where am I? Okay. I see where I am. I don't know that this is actually where I want to be. You know, this is actually okay. We can get around to the power else... how? There's a few ways we can get around to the power... oh. Jesus Christ, that's like 4 things. Could one of you not exist? Could a few of you not exist, actually? Kaboom. Thank you. Okay, now we could start working our way, now we can start working our way down, to try and cross this huge gap, though I suspect that this is a fool's errand. We will see. We'll see how this does. Ow. Dang it. Not what I wanted to use. This one. I suspect this is just very foolish of me. That's okay. Ah, dang. Don't know if there's actually anything down here to get, or how far I will have to go in order to do it, but, you know, we make bad decisions at this channel, so... Ah, damn it. I might die to my own stupidity by keep trying to use the big hit when I need to use the little one. Creative world traversal, or something. Because it still is a long ways away to get to the... actual map. So, Upgosh, you're talking about, contemporary America here. In terms of, just for the sake of comparison on length, ow. I very well might die, here. I have great hubris, and I am still not inside of anything, so I'm kind of committed to this path now, because I don't really have enough health. Oh, crap, there's 3 guys here. This explains my problem. There are more people than I was expecting. I need them to throw rocks at me up here, so that I can go... Oh, crap. Well, that did not... That did not do the thing I was expecting it to do. Maybe this will work. That did not work. Cool. That also did not work. Okay, old-fashioned way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Need one more. 5. I am out of heals, so I am definitely playing it risky here. There we go, got that one. Cool, now I've only got one guy to deal with and all of his rocks. And of course neither of those actually made it all the way down. That's okay. Big swing. Theoretically, that should keep bringing rocks down. Yep. The reason why I'm saying I'm committed to this plan is, I kind of am. Because... I need, and I do mean quite seriously need, to make it to the power in order to restore my 2 heals if I don't want to not die. And yes, my hubris would be severe if... I don't even know if like this is gonna work. We might just end up somewhere out in the sea and just generally be in trouble. Oh well. Double yeet. We'll see. We will try, and we will try and keep this working. Oh, straight down. So, anyway, contemporary American Empire, is spooky. Oof, that was way too close. Because America is still young as far as, wow, those work. Those, I should not be able to cross those. I am just standing in the lava. Don't worry about it. But alright, I guess. This is clearly not intended, cause, you know, this is such a huge distance to try and cover. But yeah. Talking about empire and contemporary America is complicated because, you know, I think it is fair to frame it as an empire that is kind of the American legacy of manifest destiny and American expansionism through, you know, our territories in Guam and the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, all of which should have the right to self-determination but don't. It is, without a doubt, in some ways an empire, but 200 years is not a long time for an empire to really, you know, be judged on. It's not bad. There are definitely empires that have lasted way less time, but, you know, for context, the Roman Empire lasted, depending on how you count, between 500 and 1500 years. Like, it's hardly some implausible thing to have a millennium-long empire. It's rare, but, you know, still possible. If you phrase the Rashidun and Umayyad caliphates, or even the Abbasid caliphates, as a series of empires, each of them lasted longer than America has lasted so far. The Holy Roman Empire lasted a lot longer, so it is, it is hard to talk about empire, and it is hard to describe it in a useful way and to judge what makes it successful, what makes it unsuccessful, because ultimately, it is always grounded on, you know, the oppression of other people, and it is based on, in some way, preventing... Oh, cool. We are almost there. You can see. We can see land. We just gotta keep this up. You made it all the way to here from me. Thank you. Keep this up and we'll be done in no time. Or something. This is a clearly chaotic amount of hubris, Viva. It's amazing that it is working, and I am glad they are letting me do this, but it is not smart of me to be doing. This is about the slowest possible way to beat this level, I think. Absolutely the most tedious way. I tried to make it less tedious by keeping more of them alive so I would have more rocks, but I lost most of my health doing that, so, you know, don't think that was necessarily in my best interests. In the meantime, I guess since we're watching Thora here, I've talked about her axe and her helmet, but let's talk about her. Well, obviously, Thora is an excellent, like, standard name, Icelandic name, and cool that they put a little bit of backstory into it, on it being that it stormed shortly after she was born. Though that does read a little bit like a brag. That reads like a little bit like boasting. Oh, come on. We only need like one more good rock, and then we'll be able to get to the power. Like, one. Whatever, I can place this one, hopefully, to be right where I want it. Or I cannot. We're getting there. Yeah, I have been absolutely expecting us to hit the object limit. You know, I am amazed that they are letting me continue to do this. The British Empire, did... I mean... Yeah, despite nostalgia for imperialism, in Britain, it's not around anymore. The Commonwealth is a fundamentally different entity, than the Empire was. That was close. We'll try and place this one to be less bad, because clearly my strategy of just yeet them has been mediocre at best, but crap, I need to go one farther. No, I was right there. And also, yeah, strength is a really weird measurement for talking about Empire, and I am not a fan, because ultimately, strength in an Imperial context sounds to me a lot like how good it is at removing the human rights of other people. And so professional historians don't really think about Empire in terms of strength, especially scholars working in decolonial decolonial and post-colonial theories, because it the idea of glorifying something for being good at committing in many cases slaughter and cultural genocide and oppression of other human beings is a wild metric for judging something as good or bad. Dang it. Like, I super don't recommend. Well, you know, despite this being dumb, I did just manage to skip basically most of this level. Well, that didn't make it. Another one for the pile. This is truly the least efficient way I have ever done something in a game. Look at how many hundreds of rocks I have yeeted into the lava. Jotun into the lava, sorry. Jotun, plural, for the sake of my own hubris. I only need like 2 more, if I can organize them into where I'm supposed to go. But yes, we do not do Empire Apologia here. I am not for that. And, you know, control and strength are all very subjective terms that are really open to manipulation by propaganda networks. And it is far more interesting of a question to me, and far more useful of a one, to think about the legacies of Empire. Both, you know, how people try to justify Empire. For me, doing reception studies, that's a super interesting question. And to think about the consequences Empire has, both within its homeland and in its colonies. But the purpose of society is not to create empire, it is not to overwhelm itself, or to overwhelm other cultures in some kind of social Darwinism nonsense. The purpose of culture is to simply exist. And so, yep. The legacy of... Cool, so who is this? This is Oven.
Mér hlotnast kraftur Gungnis. Heill sé þér Óðinn, alfaðir, góð orustu og dauða.
So, having wasted a whole bunch of time moving rocks to questionable sense, let us heal. And then we shall see how Gungnir helps us against whatever nonsense we are facing here. Because, well, we're still up against some nonsense, and weirdly, like, the forges, actually, this is a odd thing. These forges are weird, because, there is this, these forges, ultimately, what makes them weird in my mind, is... Oofed. Let's just Gungnir this guy. Wow, Gungnir is real good. Okay, I am a fan. I shouldn't have blown them up, though. I kinda need them. Well, that's awkward. Shouldn't have done that. It's interesting going the wrong way through these levels, because, you're clearly not designed to do it, and I just soft-locked myself out of going backwards through the rest of the level. So, good job, me. I'm gonna have to go back and do it as intended now. Having been inefficient, I am not rewarded for my hubris. But yeah, the legacy of Empire is fundamentally completely different for those who benefited from it and those who suffered under it. And it is worth thinking about who benefits from Empire and to what ends it is created, because it is not as nice as convenient as it might. Oh, well, this is not great. 3, 4, 5. Roll. So stones don't like being up here, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't roll fast enough. Anyway, so Upgosh, Britain is still, like, it's influential, but no more than really, modern history is not my wheelhouse, obviously. Everyone in chat will tell you that I laugh at modern historians, because, oh my god, modern history is rough. Too many sources. It loses all the joy. But there is this modern idea of, like, soft imperialism, where Anglo-American cultural hegemony is very real and very problematic. Oh good, I can use that then. Wow, was that a snipe? That was a snipe. Heck yes. Anyway, Anglo-American cultural hegemony is real, and lots of people worldwide really resent it. Turns out... Oh look, it's Mimas Brittany. Well, that would have been easier. What that means, though, is, thanks to Mimas Brittany, I can just go near this and see what happens. Hello? I feel like that was not how that was supposed to work. What the hell? Gungnir. Thank you, Gungnir. You tried. Anyway. So. Enough about Empire. We can talk about, instead. Okay, you are up on a cliff where I cannot get to. There are lots of other things we can talk about that are not Empire. For instance, let's talk about those, being gods of things instead of gods who do things. Because these are very much gods of things in this conception, instead of gods who do things. There is some evidence of very old, I guess, gods being gods of things. So you have like Thor being originally a thunder god, though he loses that, contrary to what Marvel says. He is his pro-Germanic cognate is okay. Gungnir, please. Did I not get the cast off? Oh no, I did get the cast off. There's Gungnir. Come on, Gungnir. I believe in you. You. Gungnir just kind of zips around the battlefield doing its own thing. That's fun. It's nice of Odin to finally give us his gift, though, given that he's the one setting us these challenges. We should heal. And now where are we? We are... Well, we haven't found the Apple of Idun in this level, but I'm not super interested in doing that. We will see how we do. This level is hard. So, Thor... Yo. So, in Norse mythology, as it survives, which is the usual disclaimer... oh, crap. Let me just kill one. Well, that just broke everything. Thank you. Need that. Did that hit anyone? That did hit someone. Thank God. And that whiffed. Dang. Okay, lots of rocks here. Patience is a virtue. And snipe that one. And that hit either of them? That did not hit either of them. Thank you. Okay. So, yo. Pro-Germanic Thor, Thundanas, is a thunder god. Ow. Norse Thor is less so. He's not entirely lost those connotations, but he has lost a lot of them, and instead, seems to be more generally related to storms. 2, 3, 4. That worked. And, yo, yeah, Gungnir seems to work best in a crowd of just murdering them. You know, if we had that, if we had Gungnir against the Jotun, that last Jotun fight against Fjær, that would have been, absolute slaughter. Like, not even close. Odin does not really have storm associations, no. Thor still does, to some extent, especially storms at sea, but he is not, by any metric, universal. What? What? Forger of the Ragnarok blade? Question mark? That's a big ol' think. He must be talking about Surtur's sword, but I don't think that sword is ever given a smith. So that being said, we're actually gonna go back into the level. No, it's not worth it. We have plenty of health. So yeah, that's a question mark and a half. We'll see what on earth that is supposed to mean. Still, it called it Kainen, so let's see if that's not a name that rings a bell, so we will see if it, though it is the K rune, but, yo, it is... The problem of looking up anything about runes is that you get a whole bunch of nonsense, you get a whole bunch of nonsense. about all sorts of magical abilities. But yeah, we're not gonna get into World War III. You know, we are just not going there. But yes, it does not, as far as I know, it has no smith, and it does not. It's not called that, but that must be what it's referring to. And yeah, the word like Koinen, I mean, they're using the clearly are using the Old English translation, where the name of the rune means torch. It means ulcer in Icelandic. So yeah, we are fighting a giant named Ulcer. Oh yeah. Neo-religious movements adore runes. Absolutely. I think they are the coolest things in the world, and they have all sorts of magical abilities. Hey, oh look, they're getting both meanings. Pain, ulcers sure are that, and also a torch. So yeah, it is weird that they are inventing a Jotun. It's not like there's a shortage. It's not like there's a shortage of giants they could be using for these. We don't need to fill up that many boss fights. But that's okay. Yeah, runes, and this game kind of leans into it a little bit, but runes often have all sorts of magic abilities that just carving them on a thing is sufficient to do literally anything. And while there is some evidence that there was belief in carving incantations out on certain types of objects in runes would make them have effects, magical inscriptions, it is not like it is intrinsic. He's gonna use that sword on me. He is going to use that sword on me, and I am not gonna have a good time. Straight up not having a good time. Okay. That is a lot of fire. Luckily, he is, might be a good smith, but he is not a good, warrior, because, yeah. This is not how you do the thing, my dude. Ow. Crap. Heal. Thank you. This arena is so big and he has so much health and I take so much damage. Oh my god. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Cool. This is actually really like this fight. This feels very fair in a way that not all of them necessarily have, because there's no ads. It's just me, and am I good or not? We'll actually use this because I do need to heal. So. Whoa, that was a long swing, dude. I'm not gonna get up to you on time. But, you know, as long as we can get out from under his shadow, we're fine. And just stay close to him. A lot of the rest of the time. Cool. I don't know if we're low-key messing with Ragnarok, you know? We might be. And that might not be a good thing. But that sword looks awfully... crap, that was not what I wanted to do, and I have no heals left. I have no heals left. And he's at over half HP. He just absolutely obliterates me. Absolutely trashes me. But, you know, we are really... His... Jerk. Okay, I just whiffed. Hello? Okay, he's gonna do that again. Oh no, I guess we'll use Gungnir, because there's no point in not using Gungnir. That's not good. I'm dead. I'm dead! Yeah, shish. I know I have failed to impress the gods. Thank you. Har. Good joke. Yes. Fights are hard. I'm sure that is some kind of weak point. Yes. If I can knock him down and I can strong attack his helmet, that'll do more damage. But it's not. He's got a lot of help. He's beefy. 2. 1, 2, 3. Did not get a 4. Cool. Knock down, please. I want you to stagger. There we go. Is it actually glowing? Yeah, it is glowing. Cool. Bang. Yeah, that did significantly more oomph. It's not fundamentally better, but yes. He is bulky, and it is definitely feels appropriate to have a blacksmith with a lot of health, because they're supposed to be burly. And that is just generally a good thing. But it's interesting, but you know, blacksmiths don't typically do their own fighting. Like someone like... Jerk. Yeah, that does a lot more. Cool, he's gonna do that again. And yeah, his helmet does have horns, you know. If I got mad about every time they had horned helmets on a guy, I would be here a long time. Because we'll see it a lot. It is part of the stereotype, even though it is obviously wrong. But cool, we are now in a different phase, and his thing is glowing, and there's a lot of fire here, so ow. Oh, that did not hit me. How did that not hit me? That's alright. Should have time for a strong attack here. That does not work. Ow. I can't even get to the freaking... I can't even get to his helmet without taking all of the damage. Hey, could you freaking... Hello? Now, that was a lot of damage again. Let us just use Gungnir. Do things. Cool. Everything he does is just more of that. He just leaves fire freaking everywhere. Oh. Okay. I'm dead. I'm dead. I am at 1 HP. I'm fine. I'm not fine. Exactly. I was so nearly fine. And then I choked. I choked super hard. Right at the end. That's alright. I need to just be smarter about when I'm using the Freya ability. Save it. In the last phase, I can use the Freya ability to speed up my, hello? Could I hit anyone? Anything? Nope. Not a single one of those hit. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow, that was not even close to me, dude. Okay. So, like, one thing that there does seem to be a change to in recent years regarding the horned helmets, which I think is neat. Although I don't know necessarily any better. Is this idea that horned helmets are fine if you don't put them on your if you don't put the horn helmet on your main guy, you're okay. Ow. Just walked right into it. Thanks. And your human Vikings don't have horned helmets, but gods are fair game for horned helmets, and Jotun are fair game for horned helmets. And in some ways I like... Oh. I just actually fed. I'm not gonna win this one unless I suddenly have some god plays. I do not think I am sufficiently a god gamer to win this. Cool. But he fell... crap, I can't walk through the... Nope, there's no way. I can't get to the thing, because, I can't go over his sword. Which is bad news. Okay, so those are... But with all these fire, I'm not in good condition. Okay. Now what I wanted to do, I wanted to roll, but that's fine. I am misusing my powers because I am screwing up my button presses for no obvious reason. So I'm gonna have some trouble. Let's go to the Freya one here because I will need the mobility. No, we can actually have Odin. These are 2 Odins. Oh, okay. Didn't think I was gonna land that, but that's fine. Trouble. Wow, I didn't get hit by that. And yeah, I died. I'm not... Now I'm dead. Now I'm dead. It would absolutely mess with the quenching. Generally speaking, I would not recommend doing this, especially since, you know, lava is not consistent temperature. Nothing about this seems like it's good, actually good for forging. It's just definitely this idea of... I think it is very much related to the Greek idea of Hephaestus having his forge in a volcano, and that gets applied to not Greek mythology a whole lot, which it should not surprise anyone. But is still... Oh, that was sooner than I expected you to do that. That's okay. Go on, jump up. Oh, that was actually ideal. We'll see how long I can hold this for. Huh, that is closer than I wanted it to be. Jump, please. Nope, that's a sword swing. 1, 2, nope. Okay, yes. Which I think describes how the gods are described in this one in general quite well. Even though the gods and, you know, the abilities, what the runes do and are like, is kind of fundamentally different. They are not in a Norse context, gods do not typically have associations with one thing or being conveniently a god of XYZ. If you wanted gods of XYZ, you have about like 5 or 6 different war gods. So, like, you know, that's a problem. Okay, maybe we can let some of this subside, because this is a lot of nonsense, and I'm not much of a fan. 3, 4, cool, good. This is a situation I like being in, because there's a little bit less everything on fire-ness. Interesting. Crap. Not what I wanted to do. I'm forgetting my buttons, which is screwing me up. Roll is my bottom button. Okay, roll is my bottom button. Because I want to roll out of the way, and then I am not rolling out of the way. Cool. Ideal. Potentially. Potentially ideal. If you don't stand up, it's ideal. Focus mode, please. That was not what I wanted to do. Let's get to... Ow, rolled straight into it, and I'm dead. Oh boy, I am not playing well. So, we are trapped into this fight, I think, until I, win it. I don't think I can just back out. Go home. Oh, I can just go home. Interesting. Oh well, we will give this a couple more tries. Because I am close. This is definitely winnable, but... Really? Freaking hit. Why? Here we go again with the easy part, and then watch me feed. Watch me feed! Ow. Like that! That is me feeding. But I just can't take another hit, so I'm gonna have to spend the whole time doing other things. Again! I thought it was out from under his shadow, actually. So this fight is not going well. I might just do that and call it a day. I do really like the art style of this game. I really like this game. I am just clearly not amazing at this game. But yes. Greek influences on how we understand mythology in general, and Norse mythology in particular. There are a lot of them. That should be fairly unsurprising. What? I was not in his shadow. Jerk. Though he backed himself into a corner beautifully. He should jump now? Yeah. Because he doesn't like being on the outside of the arena, I've noticed. Cool, cool. nearly knocked me into a thing. That was close. Really? That's not close enough? Okay. 2, 3, 4. Run and roll. 3, 4, 5. Nope. Cool. This is super true. What Math said is a lot of Proto-Indo-European posting, which is our somewhat less than affectionate name for people who try and reconstruct Proto-Indo-European mythology, is it's trying to prove how everything was kind of Greek, and if not Greek, Sanskrit. Like, that is the other acceptable choice, is everything is secretly Sanskrit, and it all looks and functions like the way we expect Sanskrit or Hindu, Vedic Hinduism to work, regardless of whether that is actually a sensible thing to be saying or not. Cool, that is a lot of fire. We are in somewhat better condition. We still have a heal, which is good news, because oh boy do we need it. 1, 2, 3, nope. Ow. Speaking of needing it, oh boy do we need it. I think we still die in one hit, so... Oops. Sadly, I think we're close to a knockdown, and I won't be able to take advantage of it, because... Oh wait, I might be able to take advantage of it. Three, 4, 5. Yep, I'm dead. I should have immediately burned Freya on that one. I really... yeah, I mean, yes. That is definitely also a thing that happens. We have a bunch of really weird relics, of things we know very little about, and they must be cognates to XYZ other thing. But there is also some genuine attempts to say, like, oh, genuine, like, early Indo-European mythology, which is even wilder, as a stance to try and be taking. 1, 2, 3 here. Anyway, I did want to say something else about Horned Helmets that I never got around to. I almost got there, that it's like, it's not okay for Vikings to have it, in media that at least pretends to know what it's talking about, but it's okay for gods to have it, and it's okay for Jotun to have it. And this is super interesting because, the god... There is, cool. Perfect timing on the knockdown there, though I walked into bad news. I can't take advantage of it anymore. Bastard. Anyway, there... cool. Luckily, I hit my things, and that kept me from rolling right into it. I really need to remember my buttons better, because, yeah, I'm just getting, out-buttoned by my own controller. With very little I can say or do about it. Because I am not playing well. What can I actually do here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yes. There's occasional attempts to reconstruct genuinely early, Indo-European, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about, horned helmets. The horned helmet, in the very early productions of the Ring cycle, which is where it comes from, is neat, because, it... Ow. Damn it. It actually has a whole lot, coming to us. I should probably just heal now, because either I get hit or I don't, and there's no way it'll protect me either way. Okay. So, we'll see if I can actually get around to it this time. Yeah. Huge. And yep. I was indecisive, and that screwed me over. No, 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 no. No. No, I was right there. I was doing real well, and then his animation yeeted me into the fire, and I died. One more try. I should have it this time. So, the horned helmets in the early productions of the Ring cycle, were applied to Hunding and, the enemies of the Nibelungs, which makes it interesting that, they are getting applied to Jotun these days, because, of course, Jotun are the enemies of the gods, and typically, kind of conceited. Rolled straight into it. He read my mind. Sometimes he aims so badly, and sometimes he just knows where I'm going to be before I'm even there. It's weird. I should heal because I can't take 2. Anyway, so, he's gonna do that. I know, I was so close. I failed you. Hello? Let me hit. Thank you. Anyway, so yeah, it's an interesting bit of kind of taking the history of the construct and the very early history of this fake horned helmet construct and kind of intentionally leaning into it in a way that is pretty cool. So, I'm surprised. Surprised he wasn't ready to deal with the thing yet. Actually, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I am in trouble. So God. Next god power I want to use, if I can, is Freya. I'm doing real good this time, too. Ow. Still gotta heal, I should use it. Oh, damn it. Damn it, not... I tabbed one too far over. I tabbed one too far over, I was right there. I don't like that I don't have a hotkey to use multiple powers. That I can't bind them to more places. I just can't, I have to tab between them. Not a fan of that. Take number next. I think I finished that thought, more or less. It's interesting that they are using it, to kind of reflect... this relationship, as opposed to being purely a... weird, like, constructed, this weird constructed misconception. It's neat. And now I'm gonna try and focus, with this guy with a very cool, his very cool beard and his very cool hair, who is also terrible and I hate him. It definitely is a problem that I didn't get all the apples of Ithun, because that means that I can't actually, hit all of him, like, or I can't take 2 hits from him. I can only take 1 hit from his sword before I have to heal, which means I need to just not get hit by his sword. Ow. Or by his face, don't get hit by that either. Oh, that was ideal. 1, 2, and heavy attack. I'm doing real good this time, too. We'll see how I choke. Like that. That was choking. So I need to be perfect in the rest of this, which I don't know if I'm able to do with him moving the field so much. Oh, interesting. That worked. Didn't expect that to work. Heal. Yeah, that worked. Cool. Where am I? Hello? Where am I? Right here. Come on, come on. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. I've got plenty of powers left. I have the Freya and the 2 Freyas and a Heimdall left. Three, 4. Damn it. No. 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 I got stuck in an animation of an attack after he left. I got greedy. I got so greedy. Thank you for the support, guys. I appreciate the cheering me on. It's hard to say a whole lot of super interesting things when I'm trying to focus mode, but All these weapons are kind of the very stereotypical, like, Viking Age type sword, which is, you know, totally unsurprising. Though, of course, big two-handed swords aren't a thing in the period. They just... It's funny, that's another one that's a conception that exists a whole lot, but is kind of not grounded on anything. Because, yeah, it turns out... there's... no archaeological evidence for it, but it's like big axe they do have, big sword they must have had, and so you end up with these like Viking-y things with big two-handed swords like this guy, despite that not being a thing developed yet. There's no nothing of this suggests or nothing in the time period kind of needed that sort of firepower. And two-handed swords do offer a lot less protection than a sword and a shield does. So, you end up, it does look scary as hell, I'll give you that. I'm not even gonna try and get to him, I can't. Oh crap, he read me, see? Sometimes he just knows where sometimes he just has my number. One, two. Come closer, please. 3, 4. Cool, we're making progress, good. It is very dramatic, and it is, very much fits like this, super tough, like, idea of the Vikings. It's just not grounded in much of anything. And we can zoom near again. Oh cool, that knocked him down. I'm surprised that knocked him down. We're doing so well this time. Just need to not be greedy. 1, 2, and a strong attack. Got him! Easy! Easy as... Oh, dude, you know, committing seppuku is Japanese, not Norse. Actually, that's not entirely true. There definitely are... Oh gosh, what saga is it? I think there's one that suggests kill... But no, by and large, stabbing yourself with your sword is not a good ending. Don't recommend it. Starving yourself to death, that can be explained. But...
Fötin límdust við mig, þar sem ég hljóp upp á óvinni mínum og gróf exi mín á bólakaf í hvern þann sem dirðist að storka mér. Í gegnum storminn sá ég föður minn og dökkan skugga á bakvið hann. Ég hrópaði varnarorð á hann.
So, her brother killed her father, and that's not a good look.
Ofsa reiði heltók mig þegar ég sá bróður minn standa yfir föður okkar. Harma kvein mín skáru loftið.
Not a good look.
Mig á svikum hans. Hefndin fylgdi skjótt á eftir. Ég fórnaði lífi bróður míns til alföðursins.
Potentially. So sacrificing someone, including a family member, to Odin is definitely not... That one's not impossible. we have our description of the Temple of Uppsala. From Adam of Bremen includes sacrificing of beasts and men to the gods Odin, Thor, and who he calls Friho, who is probably Freyr, but not entirely. It is pretty sure, but not 100% sure.
Ár vera uppruna heimsins.
Yo, the river's flowing out of Niflheim. So, we were just in Muspelheim, the land of fire, and now we're in Niflheim, which literally means fog home, but ice. Anyway, we're just running around here seeing what we've got. Very nice, chill, peaceful, different, very different from where we are at. What do you know? You can hit the ice and it breaks. No one could have predicted this. Whomst? Why is there the head of a Drachar here? That is weird. I don't know what the longship Dragonprow is doing here. But yes, generally speaking, patricide is frowned upon, and Norse culture is no different, so don't do that, kids. If you take one lesson away from this, it is that you do not want to do... Okay, yep, I'm gonna freeze to death here, and there's... fuck all I can do about it. We're actually gonna burn that, because... that maybe possibly protects me. I hope this is not on a global cycle, and I can... now that I am offset, I am just screwed. Reminds me of the end of Journey, this, to be honest. Yeah, where you gotta hide behind the pillars, because apparently being on the leeward side of a random bit of stone is enough to keep you okay. But that's okay. Lo and behold, it is not, nor should it be surprising, that Norse people do not like cold, even though they live in Scandinavia. Like, it's not like they relish frigid temperatures and snowstorms and freezing to death in them. There are plenty of stories of the bad news of... Well, does this have anything, or is it just all... more of the same? What does this place look like? It is completely, oh boy. Well, nothing about this is very useful as indications on where to go and what to do, I'll be honest. So, we're just kind of going to kind of wander around until it's okay. Huh. Even the music reminds me of Journey here, actually. Where, when the wind howls up, the strings start soaring. Yeah, I mean, it is not... there's an old English poem called The Wanderer, which I think exemplifies it quite well. Wherein the character who is speaking kind of mourns being outcast and the loss of life and everything there. This is just Freya again. Okay. Thanks, Freya.
Mér hlotnast lyftur hraði. Heilsi þér Freyja. Gið ég stríðs og frjósemi.
Thanks, Freya. Apparently that just gives us more of these, which is helpful, though I don't know. I'm not finding a whole lot of utility for the Freya one, as cool as it is. Okay, so I would bet anything, that if we go to the bottom corner, exactly opposite of where we are now, we will end up nice and happily at an Apple of Eden, and then this will be a nice short level. But anyway, the Wanderer in the poem mourns being outcast, because that's what he is. He is an outcast, and mourns all the circumstances that led him to this point where he is left wandering around from kingdom to kingdom with kind of no hope. And so it is well, I have no idea if this is the way I'm supposed to go or not, but it's the way we're going to go. I need to hide here, the wind's kicking up again. And so, he's actually spends most of his time, or at the moment of the poem, he's on a ship, where all he can hear is the cry of the gulls, and... no, that's Seafarer. Seafarer, they're two very closely related poems, but in both of them, kind of mourns loss of riches, loss of honor, and being socially outcast, and both of them complain about the cold. It is so hard to tell when the wind is about to kick up. And so they are super cool and super pretty poems, and I do highly recommend them. But, you know, the cold in both of them is something to be annoyed at, frustrated at, and afraid of in some fairly real way, instead of what we perhaps expect of tough Vikings being tough. Huh. So I don't actually know where that put me, because I can't frickin' identify where the hell I am on any of these. Well, I don't know if... well, there better be an Apple of Eden. Oh, hello. Joystick got stuck there for a moment. Exactly. Exactly, Math. There is a lot of respect for the cold, and a lot of kind of, I guess, for lack of a better word, fear of it, because, you know, it is terrible. And if you are not careful, you will get killed. I do not know why there are these longship prows all over Niflheim. I really don't. I'll be very curious to see if that gets explained, because they do seem to indicate something, but I have no idea what that something might be. Huh.
Gerðir höfukúpu ýmis, dvergurinn norðri, meistari norðanvindsins.
Interesting. Cool. We just found one of the cardinal directions. We just found Norther. I'm suspicious of what we can actually expect or do with that, or what the gimmick of this level is. Because this level has seemed way too straightforward, to be honest. It is small. It is not very complicated, so I'm suspicious as to what the gimmick is that I have missed up to this point. Yup. Yeah, and Viking Age Norse society is incredibly heavily focused on the kin group. It is just really, really important. It is kind of one of the core ways of surviving, because without your community, you are outcast, and you do end up ending up in a very bad way. Oh, that's not good. Please let there be a thing to hide. Yeah. Hid before I got hurt. It seems to have gotten worse. That was a lot of wind. Anyway, as I mentioned very early in the stream, Niflheim is where Hell is located. Which, you know, is a suitably awful place to be. Okay, we must be right back near the beginning here. Which means I'm kind of really unsure why we ran into Norther up here. I'm worried that if we just try and reset to the beginning and then run in, that we will end up in a lot of trouble. And they will just go, surprise, there's a gimmick. But I don't really know where I am. I really actually don't know where I am on this map. So we're just gonna have to kind of run around until we can guess. You know, I'm actually really glad that they gave us all the Freya ones right here. Or gave us a third Freya one right here, because that's really important to kind of get around two places. Okay. So thanks for the map. So that puts me in the center there, I think. Well, I'm not reading this map well, it feels, because I don't know where the heck things are. Because, yeah, like, this map does not seem to correspond well to what this map actually looks like, so odd. Anyway, I guess I am supposed to try and just run around until I find places? I don't care really what to do. So we're just gonna run around and pretend it's all fun. And I've got plenty of heals should we need them. Oh well, okay, there's Mimis Bruni. We can recharge our things here. And then I see there's a long ship. Oh. Bad ice. Can I get up to this one? I can. Good. Progress. As I am continuing to just wander around aimlessly, does anyone have any questions for me, since this is theoretically a good point where we can actually talk about stuff? I can ramble about Hell for a little bit, because Hell is, you know, simultaneously the name of a place. And this is not Helheim, it is just Hell. But it is simultaneously the place and its ruler. Hel being the daughter of Loki and something. Probably Angerboda. Snorri says Angerboda, but according to a tradition that we know he was aware of, Völuspá in Skama, or the short Völuspá, there is a weird mention of Loki giving birth to another child, like he did with Sleipnir. But by giving birth to a daughter who is the mother of all trolls, and given that we know of no other kids other than the, well, other than the 6, Sleipnir, Nauli, and his brother, and then Fenrisulfur, and Jörmungandr, and Hel. This other tradition says, kind of implies that Hel must be that Loki must be Hel's mother, not Angur, and Angurbotha isn't. You know? So, it's peculiar. We don't know what to make of it, because why would we? That is just, it's just weird. Yup, I was not super aware of that source either, because, Volsbauenskama is a weird poem, and there's been very little dedicated study of it. So, yeah. Hel is still probably, well, Loki is still probably Hel's father, not mother, but still, you know, it's weird. It's weird. So, meanwhile, we got, the eye rune, so for ice.
Þú hefur
Gas.
fundið rún hinna nýju fljóta. Haltu áfram að kanna svæðið eða snúðu aftur í Ginnungagap.
Let's turn back to Ginnungagap. And we've been going for 4 hours. Neat. So as we finish that, we will not do the next one here. Well, sorry. Not the next one. We will not do the next one here. Wherever here is. All of this. This is just a big open room. That's going to be terrible. Yeah, we'll do that not this time. So, I think that wraps up the stream, though. Hel, if you take away one thing, it's that Hel is in Niflheim, and it is never called Helheim. It is always just Hel. Most important lesson you could possibly take away here. Hel is not one of the 9 worlds. It is a part of Niflheim. So yeah, I guess final wrap up of the 9 worlds. What we saw here, we saw Jotunheim, though it should be Jotunheimir. It is always plural. We saw Niðurvellir. We saw Muspelheim. And we saw Niflheim. And we will see something else up here. No idea which one we're going to see. No? Why don't we find out which one we see here? I would not be surprised if they call it Helheim, and then I can be annoyed at them. Let's go. We'll immediately return to Ginnungagap. Let's find out where we will be. And yes, lurkers, join the Discord server. It is the easiest way to know my plans. Oh. Well, that'll be fun.
Ríki sólar og mána. Vörpum örlitlu ljósi á þennan stað.
Cool. So then the last place we're going to apparently is the world tree Yggdrasil and the heavens, Himnir. Himnir. Yes. So, that'll be a fun time, and very different from what I expected. So, this one doesn't seem to care about the 9 worlds, which is good. Don't try and get all 9, because no one knows what they are. Nobody has any idea what all 9 worlds are, and if they claim they do, they are trying to sell you something. Anyway, we will leave off the stream here. If you enjoyed this, do consider subscribing to the Twitch channel here for just $5 a month, or if you have Twitch Prime, it costs you a grand total of nothing to help support the channel, and help make sure that eventually I will not have to have ice pack times. For now though, we continue to have ice pack times, and we enjoy them. Also, join the Discord server, and follow me on Twitter to be notified of when I go live, and to generally get a little more information as to what's coming up, what I am planning. So, next stream, let me pull up what it is so I can tell you, because I have no memory of my own self. Stream schedule. Okay, we're going to be looking at an even more stereotypically Viking game. It is called Niflheim, with 2 F's and an E. Don't question it. but it's going to be kind of where I can talk about the very stereotypical burly, bare-chested, horned helmet Viking guy. I can play about it for a bit. We'll see. It'll be a good time. So that'll be on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. So that's late hours in Europe. I am sorry for that. Just circumstances mean I can't stream at reasonable Euro times during the week, but if any of you suffer from insomnia, you can listen to my ramblings to try and help you drift off. So I will see hopefully many of you on Wednesday, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Bye bye!